All right, I'm going to call to order the Urban Renewal Authority meeting on August 25th, 2026. Let's see, will you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, will the town clerk please take roll?
Commissioner Shake,
Here.
Commissioner Hoback,
Here.
Commissioner Pessamorelli,
Present.
Commissioner Babs,
Present.
Commissioner Bear,
Present.
Commissioner O'Connor,
Present.
Vice Chair Bell,
Here.
Commissioner Mortallero,
Here.
Commissioner Orr,
Here.
Commissioner James, and Chair Moore.
Here.
Chair Moore, we have a quorum.
All right, thank you. All right, do we have a motion to approve the agenda tonight?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner O'Connor, and the second was by Commissioner Babs?
Yes.
All right. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All right, we'll move on to public comment. If anybody's here tonight to address the Urban Renewal Authority. Has anybody signed up tonight?
No, where is it? No?
All right, we'll move on to general business, of which we have one item tonight. It's a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Town of Erie Urban Renewal Authority approving an intergovernmental agreement for tax increment revenue in Town of Erie for Colliers Hill Urban Renewal Plan area.
Thank you,
All
Chair.
right.
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore and members of the board. My name is Lockie Woods. I am the Urban Renewal Authority and Development Analyst for the town. I'm joined back there by Julian Jacquin, the Director of Economic Development. So if you do have any questions, he can come up and answer them. But I'll get right into this. Just as one kind of note of business, this item is an IGA between the Town of Erie and the Town of Erie Urban Renewal Authority. So it is on the agenda for both the URA and the Town of Erie. It's on the consent agenda for the Town of Erie later this evening. So this will be the only presentation on the item, assuming you approve it this evening, but it will be considered by the town later. So to provide you some background, this is the map of the Colliers Hill Urban Renewal Plan area. It was formed in 2013. The first tax increment revenues began to be received by the Town of Erie Urban Renewal Authority in 2015. In June of 2022, the Town of Erie Urban Renewal Authority had reached $10 million in tax increment retained in the Colliers Hill Plan area. And currently, as of through July of 2026, the URA had retained $13.77 million in tax increment for the Colliers Hill Plan area. So the Colliers Hill Plan area has IGAs with almost all of the overlapping taxing jurisdictions between the URA and those taxing jurisdictions. And those agreements set caps for how much of the tax increment generated by the mill levies of those overlapping jurisdictions can come to the URA, can be retained by the Colliers Hill URA. So for the St. Vrain Valley School District, specifically the 2012 override and the, I believe, 2016, post-2016 debt service mill levies, and the Colliers Hill Metropolitan District 1, those mill levies from the very beginning of the plan area were always remitted to those taxing jurisdictions. So the tax increment generated by those mill levies went back straight to those taxing jurisdictions. For the program mill levy for St. Vrain Valley School District, and then the general mill levies for High Plains Library District, Mountain View Fire Protection District, and the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District, those revenues, the tax increment associated with those mill levies was retained by the URA until the URA had retained $10 million in tax increment, which again was hit in June 2022. And at that point, the tax increment generated by the mill levies from those jurisdictions was remitted to them as well. And Weld County, their IGA with the Town of Erie Urban Renewal Authority has the same cap, but it's at $14 million instead of $10 million. There's one noticeable absence from that list, and that is the Town of Erie. There is currently no cap on tax increment sharing from the mill levy for the town, and that is because there is no intergovernmental agreement between the Town of Erie and the Town of Erie Urban Renewal Authority for the Colliers Hill plain area. This was pre-2015, so intergovernmental agreements were not required, but with all the other taxing jurisdictions for this plain area, they were established. So what this means is that the tax increment generated by the town's mill levy could continue to be diverted to the URA instead of the town's general fund until 2038. That is the 25-year lifespan of the TIF, the tax increment collection. And during this period, because we are about to hit the $14 million cap for Weld County, the URA will retain tax increment from no other sources other than the Town of Erie's mill levy once we hit that $14 million cap. So the IGA before you tonight is a standard agreement. The most important element of it is that it adds a $14 million cap on tax increment for the Town of Erie to match the cap for Weld County. So it means that the URA, once it hits the $14 million in total tax increment retained, will begin to remit the tax increment generated by the town's mill levy back to the town. This matches the cap for Weld County, which is the highest for overlapping taxing jurisdictions. And then just to give you a perspective on the financial situation for Colliers Hill, the ending fund balance at 2025 was just over $9 million. And so those funds are available to complete projects in Colliers Hill without new tax increment revenue coming into the plan area. That is all I have for the presentation. I hand it over to you all for questions and discussion.
All right, sounds good. We'll bring it back to the commission to see if anybody has any questions. Commissioner Babs.
I do. If we could go to back to slide 3, please. So I just want to make sure I understand where it has the tax increment caps, no sharing for particularly the school district. Are you saying for that particular portion, the overriding debt service, there is no sharing on that portion? And there is sharing on program mill levy? Help me understand that a little bit better if you don't mind.
Yes, so the St. Vrain Valley School District mill levy gets broken up in a number of ways. There's the total program mill levy, which for the 2025 tax year, which we collected was collected in 2026, that's 27 mills. Then there's 2 separate mill levy overrides, which one was from 2008 and one is from 2012. Then there's also 2 separate bond redemption mill levies. One is before 2016, one is after 2016. I don't know the whole specifics on how all those formulated or how the agreement was established. But the way it works is that the 2012 mill levy override amount, which was 6.27 mils for this year, and the post 2016 bond redemption mill levy, which is 1.928 mils. So about just over 8 mils total. For the entire life of the tax increment collection in Colliers Hill, those 2 sections, those 2 elements of the total St. Vrain Valley School District mill levy have been remitted to St. Vrain Valley School Districts. So from 2015, when we first started getting revenues, those 8 mills, whatever portion of the tax increment that we were receiving, were generated by those, we'll call it 8 mills from part of St. Vrain Valley School District's mill levy, went back to the school district. The URA wrote a check. The county distributes the money to the URA, and then the URA writes a check saying this is your money owed under the agreement. Then the rest of the mill levy, so you've got about 8 mills there, and the total was about 58 mills in 2026 for St. Vrain Valley School District. So about the other 50 mills, those the URA kept from 2015, when tax increment was first generated, until June 2022, which is when the URA had collected a total of $10 million in this plan area. And so starting in June 2022, all of these districts under the $10 million cap started to receive the tax increment generated from their mill levy back to them as well. And so that included the program mill levy for St. Vrain Valley School District, the 2008 mill levy override, and the prior to 2016 bond redemption mill levies. I know it's quite complicated. Sorry.
Okay, so the district is not receiving sharing from last year, am I saying that correctly, for the override and the debt service mill levy?
Since 2020, yeah, the URA. When you say the district, you mean the URA or
I'm
St.
sorry,
Vrain?
the school district.
The school district has been receiving all of its property taxes generated in the Colliers Hill Plan area since June 2022.
I'm just trying to understand
Yep.
where it's saying, because the slide is a little bit misleading to me to understand, where it says no sharing, and then it has a 10 mil cap. 10 mil cap. Sorry.
Yeah.
So when you say no sharing, there was not dollar amounts, a check or whatever written to the district for those particular 2 mill levies? Is that what I'm understanding? And
No,
what that is?
sorry. Yeah, so I should have been clearer with the word sharing. When I say sharing, that means the district sharing with the URA. A clearer phrase would be no monies are retained by the URA. So for that portion, and for Colliers Hill Metropolitan District, the URA never kept any of the tax increment. It sent it back to the school district.
It got
from the very beginning.
100%, whatever.
Yep.
Okay, so 100% of that, and then the 10 mil cap, whatever the percentage was, they get it up to the 10 mil cap. Am I understanding that correct?
Yeah, so the URA was collecting money from the mill levies of the town of Erie, Weld County, Mountain View, all of these districts, and eventually all of that, money pooled up, and the URA had retained $10 million. And from that point onward, which was June 2022, it started writing checks, sending the money, the future monies back to the taxing jurisdictions that were generating it. So after June 2022, the URA has been, sending out, money to every overlapping taxing jurisdiction except for Weld County and the town of Erie.
Got it, understand. Those two things are just kind of confusing me there, but I understand now. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Bear.
Thank you. So I'm remembering that this URA particularly is very prescriptive in what we can spend money on.
Yep.
And I think a slide a couple down from this says that there's 9 million left. Knowing we can't just spend that money on just anything, is that adequate for the projects that are left? And what happens if we don't spend it?
Yeah. So the question of whether it's adequate, is not necessarily mine to answer. But I will say the main project that we spent money on so far that results in us still having the $9 million was the Weld County Road 5 widening expansion project. That was about $3 million of expenses. And then this year, you're looking at the we've completed the historic Erie Colliers Hill pedestrian bridge project. That's about $2 million. And then you have also the Colliers Hill detention pond project. So that was about $400,000. And then budgeted for this year, we have about $1 million for the bus stops in Colliers Hill along Erie Parkway and Weld County Road 5, and then also pedestrian improvements, safety improvements in Colliers Hill. So total, we have about $3 to $3.5 million of projects that will come out of this $9 million already kind of in the works. And so I think that leaves about $5.5 to $6 million plus. Again, we're at 13.8 million collected. So another $200,000 is going to come into the URA. So it leaves about somewhere in the $5.5 million to $6 million range for projects in Colliers Hill. And as you said, it is prescriptive. There's also a lot of that money is, as I said, the last, since we hit that $10 million cap, the only sources we've been getting money from are Weld County and the town of Erie. And the IGA with Weld County has additional prescriptions on the uses of those funds. So I think what I'd say is that, we as staff are aware of the prescriptions on the funds and are working through the process to figure out what's the highest and best use of these funds. And none of the work that we've done so far indicates that there's going to be, huge projects in Colliers Hill that are going to have a deficit of funding because of this IGA and capping the tax increment revenue going into the URA. But that said, also nothing about this IGA limits the town from deciding in the future to dedicate additional general fund dollars to projects in Colliers Hill or around Colliers Hill if they feel that's the best use of the money. The point of this is to simply not restrict those dollars that would go into the general fund and put them into the URA where they can only be used for that purpose.
Okay, so potentially there will be other projects or whatever we could spend the remaining funds on,
Yes.
and then the tax revenue that comes into the town could be allocated to the same projects or more that show up. Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions? Commissioner Sheik?
So how much of that 14 million cap from the town of Erie has already been collected, and when is the projected end?
Yes, so we currently have 13.77 million collected across the life, so from 2015 on, and we should hit that. It depends on exactly when people pay their property tax, but I would say we could hit that in January or February of 2027.
Okay. So, and the Weld, I saw that in the documentation. I thought that was referring to the Weld County 14 million. When are we slated to reach the Weld County cap?
That is the Weld
That
County
is the-
$14 million cap,
Okay.
and the IGA would establish the same $14 million cap for the town. So the way that
Okay.
caps work is the cap is on the total tax increment revenues collected by the URA. It's not $14 million from the Weld County
specific
from the
mill,
specific
yeah.
mill levy for Weld
Okay.
County. It's $14 million total across all of the mill levy sources.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner O'Connor.
Thank you. So on consent, there was the item regarding increasing the compensation by $30,000 for the as-built and lighting. Is there a sense of how much that lighting would be, and would that come out of that $9 million fund?
I do not have an estimate on how much the lighting will be, but yes, it would come out of this. The fund balance. It would be an eligible expense in the Colliers Hill URA, and so it would come out of we could pay for it with using the funds available in the Colliers Hill URA.
Okay, thanks.
All right, other questions? Let's see if anybody has a motion to approve URA Resolution 26012.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, get back to my agenda. I believe that concludes the meeting tonight, the URA meeting. And so I will adjourn the meeting, and we'll take just about 5 minutes to reset for the town council meeting. vote on it after I read through everything. So I'm calling back to order the URA meeting. Will the town clerk please take roll?
Commissioner Shake,
Here.
Commissioner Hoback,
Here.
Commissioner Pessamorelli,
Present.
Commissioner Babs,
Present.
Commissioner Bear,
Present?
Commissioner O'Connor,
Here.
Vice Chair Bell,
Here.
Commissioner Mortalero,
Here.
Commissioner Orr,
Here.
Commissioner James, and Chair Moore.
Here. All right, we're going to go forward to the consent agenda. Just for clarity, when the meeting was open before, apparently we didn't vote on the consent agenda. I'm going to reread the two items. I'm going to call the vote, and we'll go from there. So approval of the June 23rd, 2026 Urban Renewal Authority meeting minutes. And the second item is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Town of Erie Urban Renewal Authority approving the payment of funds to the Town of Erie for professional services for the Colliers Hill Historic Downtown Erie Connection. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries. And with that, we'll adjourn the meeting for the second time and move on to our council meeting.
Recording in progress.
I'm going to call to order the town council meeting on August 25th, 2026. Will you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, will the town clerk please take roll?
Councilmember Mortallero,
Here.
Councilmember Passamorelli,
Present.
Councilmember Hoback,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell,
Here.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Present.
Councilmember Bear,
Present.
Mayor Moore.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, sounds good. Let's see if we can get a motion to approve the agenda with one change, and that is to pull off the consent agenda item H, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving a second amendment to the agreement for professional services with Collab Architecture for design services for the Erie Community Center renovation and expansion process. Councilmember Mortallero asked for this one to be pulled off. Do we have a motion to approve with that one adjustment?
So move.
Second.
All right, motion second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. All right, we have a consent agenda, or the approval of the agenda. I'm going to move on to
Wait,
the
Mayor, just quick. I think we pulled the wrong item off.
H, right? Second amendment to the agreement for the professional services, community center renovation, sorry.
It's,
G? No?
it's J.
The professional services agreement for the second community campus.
Future recreation, yeah.
Yes.
feasibilities.
All right, we'll do this one more time. I'm going to put back on H and take off J, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving a First Amendment to the agreement for professional service with Collab for the feasibility study for a future recreation campus. So there's two on the consent agenda. I'm going to go through and read them, but just to make sure everybody understands, we have two approvals tonight. One is for Collab to continue work on the design for the remodeling and expansion of our existing rec center. That's staying on consent. The other one is about feasibility of a second rec center somewhere in the future, but the study's going forward with it. So we'll see if we have a motion to approve the agenda with those two changes.
So move.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. All right, so we have an agenda now, so let me go through the consent agenda items. First one is the approval of the August 11th, 2026 Town Council meeting minutes. Item B, a resolution of the Town Council approving the interconnection agreement with United Power. Item C, a resolution approving the Fifth Amendment to agreement for professional services with Wank & Associates Incorporated for the Schofield Farm concept design. Item D, a resolution of the Town Council approving a second amendment to the construction contract with Facilities Contracting LLC for the Erie Maintenance Storage Facility expansion project. Item E, a resolution of the Town Council approving an agreement for professional services with HGR Engineering for on-call general engineering consulting services. Item F, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving a second amendment to the agreement for professional services with Felsberg, Holt, and Ugvig for the design services. Item G, a resolution of the Town Council approving an intergovernmental agreement for tax increment revenue with the Town of Erie Urban Renewal Authority for the Colliers Hill Urban Renewal Plan area. Item H, resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving a second amendment to the agreement for professional services with Collab Architecture for the design services for the Erie Community Center renovation and expansion project. Item I, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving the First Amendment to the intergovernmental agreement to establish a collective special weapons and tactics team. We're skipping J because that's on general business now. We'll move to K, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving a revocable license agreement with Young Explorers LLC for encroachment in the right-of-way at 545 Briggs Street. And last, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie accepting dedications as shown on the Erie Heights Coal Miner Park minor play amendment. All right, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. All right, consent agenda is passed. So we'll move on to public comment. So I'll look to our town clerk to get us going there. Let me read the,
Okay.
I'm assuming we have people tonight.
Yes, we do.
All right, please remember public comment is not an interactive Q&A forum, but rather a time for you to state your comments on a particular item or issue. Public comment provides the opportunity to discuss items that are not public hearings. Please sign up in the kiosk if you have not already done so. If you have any handouts, please give them to the town clerk. She'll distribute them to us. When called upon, please state your full name and location for the record. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. You'll be given a 20-second warning when your 3 minutes are almost up. At the 3-minute mark, I'll ask that you wrap up your final sentence. All opinions are welcome, and to ensure everyone feels welcome to share their comments, it's imperative that we respect the process and do not disrupt the proceedings with disruptive behavior. We ask that you refrain from cheering, clapping, booing, or loudly talking from the audience. Overly disruptive behavior which interferes with the meeting will not be tolerated. Those disrupting the meeting will be asked to stop their disruptive behavior. Refusal to comply may result in them being removed from the council chambers. It seems to get longer and longer every time I read it. All right, with that, I think we'll start the public comment.
First speaker is Eric Lillard.
And you have the time from my wife, right? Okay, ready to begin? All right. Good evening. My name is Eric Lillard, and I live in Flatiron Meadows subdivision in District 1 here in Erie. I'd like to thank the council for the opportunity to speak tonight about some important matters affecting our community. I'd also like to thank everybody attending, both in person and online. The recent engagement by our community has demonstrated that residents can make a difference. I want my message tonight to be fairly blunt. As I reflect on the recent turmoil surrounding the mineral rights issue, there is one consistent theme that I heard again and again from residents: a lack of trust and serious concerns about transparency involving the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and several council members on this chamber. You might be asking yourself, what do I know about how people in Erie feel? I was one of many residents who went door to door in 95-degree-plus weather, gathering signatures for the mineral rights issue before the voters. Eventually, we didn't have to find people. People were contacting us and asking, where could they sign? They were angry. They were frustrated. And many had lost confidence in the leadership of this town. I didn't conveniently limit myself to neighborhoods in Boulder County. I walked in neighborhoods in Weld County as well. What I found is that I was openly welcomed there and thanked for knocking on their door. I personally went to 75 homes, 75. And the response was remarkable. Of the residents I spoke with who were eligible to sign, every single person signed the petition. Every single person. Think about that for a moment. Not one person told me to go away. Not one person told me they were unhappy with me being there. They thanked me for giving them a chance to sign the petition. There is a reason we collected the required number of signatures in just 17 days of an allotted 45-day process. Had we needed 5,000 signatures, had we needed that, I firmly believe we could have accomplished that. That should tell the 7 of you sitting up here something. Your constituents are trying to tell you something. Residents are angry about what they perceive as secrecy surrounding executive sessions and the handling of the agreement with Matt Owens and the Alameda Mineral Advisors. And let's talk about Matt Owens, Alameda Minerals. 4 members of this council chose Alameda. This was your guy. This was the firm you determined that was uniquely qualified to perform these services, leading the town away from a competitive request for proposal process. This was your horse you chose to ride. Then on June 18th, after Matt Owens publicly claimed on LinkedIn that the proposed agreement represented up to $465 million, after it had been previously voted down just less than a week before. It was far beyond any of the prior projections of that deal. A month later, Alameda later submitted an invoice claiming approximately $402 million in aggregate value had been generated for Erie and calculated that 7.5% of that would represent a fee of approximately $30 million, representing his invoice that he submitted to the town. Candidly, anybody can submit an invoice, I get that. That doesn't mean the invoice is going to get paid. But once again, that's the choice many of you made. That's the character of that organization. I've been a part of many candidate vendor selection processes. And when you make that choice, you got to own it. You own their integrity and their character or lack thereof. And you wonder why so many residents are challenging your decision making. We're questioning your judgment. Then came another serious issue: the town's failure to follow its own procurement process. Mayor Moore, you had an opportunity to correct that
20
situation.
seconds.
But as I recall, you said it was too late to correct it. I strongly disagree. It's never too late to do the right thing. Never. And I'll remind everyone of an old saying: hurried work is worried work. Considering where we find ourselves tonight, I think there was plenty to be worried about back when those decisions were needing to be made. That brings me to the question I want to have most answered tonight. Mayor Moore, in previous meetings you stated that an audit would be conducted regarding the procurement policy failure. Where is that audit? It has now been more than 2 months, and I do not recall seeing the findings represented publicly. Maybe they have been, but I don't recall seeing them.
All right, and time-wise?
So
I need you to wrap up, just for fairness to everybody here tonight.
Okay, so I have several straightforward questions. What was the audit? Was the audit completed? What did it find? What was the root cause? Who was responsible for ensuring the policy was followed? What corrective actions have been taken to make sure this does not happen again? And most importantly, when will the citizens of Erie see the findings? Silence on an issue like this does not rebuild trust. It damages it further.
All right, I need you to wrap it up so we
Fair
can
enough.
get the other speakers here.
Thank you very much.
I will say there's a mayor's message out that explains what happened with Alameda Minerals, so I encourage you to go out and read that. As far as the audit goes, internal audit initially caught the problem, fixed the problem. It will also be on part of the formal audit that happens once a year, and so you'll see that proceed as well. All right, next speaker.
Next, we have Stephen McDougall.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Stephen McDougall. I live in Cottonwood Vista, which is just by the Thomas Reservoir. I guess, excuse me, my primary concern with this whole thing has been that it seems like this council has been too trusting of the whole oil and gas industry. In Weld County, operators reported more than 350 spills and leaks last year. That's almost one every single day. Erie itself has seen more than its share of events, and when Erie's inspectors went out this year, they found 34 violations in just 88 wells. That's barely a 50% compliance rate. One operator had a 0% compliance rate, 0. If any other industry had a failure rate like that, we wouldn't be talking about doing deals with them. We'd be talking about shutting them down. And that's not even my main concern. Their business model behind these wells is even more troubling. A lot of these large operators routinely dump aging, high-liability wells onto small, undercapitalized companies. These wells are past peak production, but they still carry enormous cleanup obligations. The big companies get the easy profits, and the small companies get the liability. And when those companies go bankrupt, as several have in Colorado, as you guys know, these wells become orphaned, and the taxpayers foot the bill. Colorado now has over 1,000 orphaned wells on its state's list. Also, much was made of SM Energy's promise to plug and abandon those 17 wells, as well as grant Erie inspection rights for Draco. Operators are already legally responsible for plugging those wells. And what good is inspection authority if the operators ignore the results? Inspection authority means nothing if violations don't lead to consequences. And I realize that inspection authority is fundamentally a state level issue, and we should be fighting for stronger, tougher state laws as well. I think we should be very careful about handing over public mineral rights to companies that have shown that their promises are, suspect at best. And finally, it's no secret that living near oil and gas production exposes residents to higher levels of air pollutants, many of which have been flagged for further monitoring. Research in Colorado has found associations between proximity to wells and several serious health issues. Scientists are always cautious about claiming causation because proving that requires decades of study and controlled data. And that's exactly the gap the industry leans on. Oil and gas companies never claim that operations are harmless. They claim that the harm can't be proven. That's exactly the strategy that Big Tobacco used with cigarette smoking. And we all kind of know how that turned out. Uncertainty was their shield, right up until the evidence became undeniable. And I'll end with this, that I understand the oil and gas industry is an important part of Colorado's economy and history. But acknowledging that also requires that we acknowledge the adverse effects as well. The spills, the non-compliance, the liability dumping business model, and the potential for adverse health consequences. Respect for the industry does not require blind trust, especially when the facts tell a different story. And they have proved they are not always reliable partners. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Many good points there. I do want to clarify one thing. The 17 wells, it wasn't that the oil companies didn't ultimately have to close them in. The agreement made it so they had to close them in within 5 years. And so it was an acceleration of the closing. It was never about whether they did it or not do it. All right, next speaker.
Next speaker is Amy Becker.
Hi, my name is Amy Becker, and I live in Erie Commons. And
You pull the microphone
oh,
closer.
sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I have been a physician assistant practicing in oncology for 25 years, so health and safety are of utmost importance to me. Council members, the residents of Erie have spoken clearly. After the town council approved the sale of our mineral rights to SM Energy, residents organized a referendum petition and easily gathered the signatures necessary to put this decision before the voters. I am proud to have been a member of that group. Now, on August 19th, SM Energy announced that it was backing out of the deal. This changes the circumstances, but it does not change the fundamental questions before our community. What is in the best interests of the people of Erie? I urge the Town Council to repeal the ordinance authorizing the sale of our mineral rights and to move forward with a new priority. Protect the health, safety, environment, and quality of life of Erie residents from SM Energy and any other oil and gas operator. The original sale created an inherent conflict between the town's financial interests and its responsibility to protect its citizens. When a municipality has a financial interest in the mineral resources being developed by an oil and gas company, its budget becomes intertwined with that industry. That creates the appearance and the potential reality of a conflict when the town must respond to a legitimate concern about air quality, groundwater, soil contamination, noise, traffic, or other impacts associated with oil and gas operations. Residents should never have to wonder whether the town will fully enforce its laws and advocate for their health and safety, because doing so could adversely affect municipal revenue. The health, safety, and well-being of Erie residents must always come before profits. SM Energy's decision to walk away gives the town an opportunity to reset. Rather than continuing down a path that makes Erie financially dependent on oil and gas activity, Council should repeal the ordinance and establish a clear principle. The town of Erie will remain an independent advocate for its residents. Our elected officials should never have to choose between protecting residents and protecting financial interests. Let's make the easy choice. Protect Erie, protect our air, water, land, and families. Put the health and safety of residents above everything else. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next is Janet Brown.
I'm Janet Brown. I live in Country Meadows in this weird part that doesn't have a name. And I live in the shadow of the 124, as you all know. And the 124 has not been cleared, even though they capped it in November of 2023. We still have groundwater contamination. So I'm going to cede the rest of my time to Pam.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and neighbors. My name is Pamela Teixeira, and I live here in Erie in Cottonwood Vista, District 1. I urge council tonight to formally repeal Ordinance 028-2026. SM Energy handed Erie an August 19th termination notice that dissolved the underlying contract, saving council from having to defend a bad deal with an operator tied to falsified spill data and environmental violations. But a canceled contract isn't enough. Wiping this ordinance off the books is essential. When Draco was proposed back in 2024, community opposition erupted, but then it was unfortunately approved at the state level. Yet rather than using every available avenue to stand up for our community, a majority of this council concluded that our hands were tied, agreeing to transfer our town-owned mineral rights without exploring every legal and regulatory defense. Supporters of the deal justified this by pulling out the first of many predictable catchphrases, claiming that Draco was happening whether we liked it or not, and the town should get something instead of nothing, while tossing around wild estimates in the tens of millions of dollars from future oil revenues, pure speculation sold as guaranteed revenue. The actual math was disastrous. Erie was signed up for a miserable 3% revenue share, and even that wouldn't kick in until SM Energy paid itself back twice over. In the Niobrara Formation beneath Erie, horizontal wells typically lose 65 to 75% of their oil flow in the first year alone. and 85 to 90% by the end of year 2. Erie wouldn't see a single dime for years and years. And by the time SM Energy would have recouped double its cost, those high volume production years would have been long gone, leaving Erie holding all the long-term risk and none of the reward. To top it off, proponents praised SM Energy for agreeing to plug 17 legacy wells they were already legally required to clean up anyway. Meanwhile, they boasted about receiving strategic land before completing basic safety checks for flooding or ground stability, and conveniently ignoring that it sits right under our airport takeoff path. Why did anyone ever think this was such a fantastic deal? When residents voiced alarm, supporters of the deal rolled out even more of their checklist of tired dismissals, labeling concerned residents as hypocritical extremists who should just go heat their homes with solar power, and saying ridiculous things like, Erie has always had drilling, so why'd you move here if you didn't like oil and gas in your backyard? As if we should all just sit back and silently accept the dozens of leaking wells near our homes and a massive drilling operation beneath us. But my all-time favorite soundbite, protecting Erie's small town feel. But nothing says quaint little town quite like having an unprecedented, untested drilling mega project right below our homes. When council passed the ordinance to sell our mineral rights, residents engaged immediately. Defenders of the sale had claimed to speak for the real majority, who were just too afraid to speak up. They dismissed pushback as coming from a small vocal minority. But if opponents really were a minority, volunteers wouldn't have been able to collect hundreds, if not thousands of signatures across town in a matter of weeks. A grassroots group of Erie residents went door to door in 100-degree heat, and once their neighbors realized our town minerals were being sold off for a pittance, they couldn't sign fast enough. Repealing this ordinance honors our community's voice and sets the public record straight. Tonight, I also want to express gratitude to council members Baer, Hoback, and Pesaramelli for voting against this sale and listening to residents from day one. I also want to thank our legal team and town staff, specifically Environmental Services Director David Frank, for swiftly ensuring Erie is actively represented at the October 21st ECMC hearing. This gives our town a formal seat at the table to legally challenge SM Energy rather than sitting on the sidelines. But critical safety questions remain. Draco proposes 26 horizontal wells, each stretching up to 5 miles long, a colossal, high-risk industrial experiment directly beneath about 4,500 of our homes and our parks and schools and aging vertical wells. Erie should never be treated as a guinea pig. Our town is now the frontline test case for state oil and gas rules. Entire communities across Colorado are watching how we confront regulatory loopholes, from keeping safe distances around our public parks to protecting and leveraging all of our town-owned parcels. Will we fight back or will we back down? We urge the town to stand strong in October by demanding total protection for our town land and our community. Thank you for taking action to protect our community at the state level. Now, complete your work tonight. Formally repeal the ordinance and close the book on a deal that should never have been made. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the 3% was not 3% of Erie's minerals. It was 3% of 100% of Draco. So I understand the confusion around that, but it's a huge difference in the revenue the town would have gotten. So just another clarification. All right, next.
Selena Morangian.
Hello, Council. I'm Selena Morangian, and I live in Erie Highlands, and I'm ceding my time to Steve Drew.
My name is Steve Drew, and I am a resident of Colliers Hill. We'll go from there. So I'm here today just to talk about one single subject. We'll try to stay on task with this one. It's essentially, it's going to be a little detailed, but it's about omissions in the town's ECMC filing, how this issue should be corrected fairly soon, and why this action is actually worth $40 to $400 million, just depending on who's running the math. There's a fiduciary duty, and it's going to be a little technical conversation, but it should be fairly simple drumbeat. For everybody here, what's this about? SM Energy, we all know, canceled our contract last week. The company will not pay the town of Erie for our mineral rights, and it appears they will move forward with the Draco Pad project. SM Energy did not give any reasons why, but we do know that we no longer have an agreement, and they do not want to pay and will not pay based off of that. So they're going to drill anyway. So it doesn't feel right, but their ability to exit was part of a contract that this town put together. We originated it as a town council. We negotiated for almost 2 years and approved it, and they just operated within those terms. So the key here, though, is that the town filed with the ECMC, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, to participate in the upcoming hearing on pooling of mineral rights, and that was an excellent move. The filing would place 2 of the town Erie mineral rights claims under protection of state law, and this is keeping those mineral rights from a forced pooling process. It was a smart move. This helps protect our sovereignty, and it protects the 2 unleased mineral interests. But the problem is that we didn't submit all of our interests, just a couple. Just happened to be the 2 that were part of the SM Energy agreement. We have the right to claim, or the right to file, much more than that. In order to protect our $40 to $400 million, we need to be filing that as soon as possible within the ECMC. The key here is that, why does it matter to us? We learned that the town has a mix of mineral rights in the Draco Pad footprint. Just think of it as a fruit basket. These things are arranged from those with really clear title. We got a pair of those. We have things where there's mixed ownership and potential title and more, just a whole fruit basket, not just the 2 we submitted. Back in December, in the town council session, listen to that. And David Frank held a Q&A about what do we own, what can we claim, and what's within that remit. Here's a direct quote from, and this was also about the impact to SM Energy. Back then it was Civitas. David said the town's mineral rights are typically in subdivisions where we were given area under the road, under open space, and so they're sort of intertwined with private minerals. Those are part of the fruit basket of things that we can do. Presumably, that would strand the private minerals because, as David stated, I don't know how SM Energy would draw a drilling and spacing unit to include the lots under homes, but not the road in front of them. These intertwined minerals are rights that we can claim. And then they take time to figure out who actually owns it, whether we have partial own it or full. Under the SM Energy agreement, we just kind of decided not to claim those individually, put them under a grouping. Well, SM Energy is not in the room with us today, and the contract is not there. There are no disputed rights and mineral rights anymore. These are ours as a town. So what we need to do is file this mix with the ECMC, put them under the protection of state law in order to protect the value of our rights. So here's a process that we do within here. Number 1, we know there's maps out there. We went from not having maps to maps. We know there's lists of potential mineral rights, and we probably know that there's some things that we didn't take care of before we got into the SM Energy contract. It was written to just kind of do a catch-all for us. So what I'm pointing towards is a draft strategy here. 1 is file everything with the ECMC. Clear rights, disputed rights, commingled rights, rights associated with open spaces and capital O open spaces, rights associated with property the town controls, rights associated with the roads. Just file it all. Do not self-select what you think may or may not make it through this process. The establishment of our ability to claim those rights is the first step. The second is let ECMC know that everything falls under state protection against forest pooling. We've already done that with 2, just as easy to do it for the rest. The 3 is let the ECMC know that the town will conduct a process to learn if there are more. That process will take time, and under fiduciary duty, we're just going to have to go through a procedure where we know that there may be more to come. The last on this is advise the ECMC that it will take time for Erie to sort out all of the commingling and everything else going on as well, and that we will not be rushed. This is something, 40 million to 400, whoever's got the calculator at the moment, we need to protect that value. And then we have the opportunity to protect it, and we've already filed something to protect it. This is what fiduciary duty is all about in this one. The fact that we haven't filed everything, I consider that to be an omission. Maybe we had some momentum from the SM Energy contract, but that's not with us anymore. Our current plan with just the 2 mineral rights sections that we have is not protection. It's just an omission.
20
Let's
seconds.
go ahead and fix that. So the goal here is to lock in and protect that value from a company that tore up our agreement and plans on drilling anyway. To otherwise is shift the value of mineral rights from Erie taxpayers to elsewhere, SM Energy shareholders elsewhere. I'd rather see our town protected. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I believe there was a Supreme Court case that clarified some of this, but I will follow up with our attorney outside of this meeting.
Nothing to clarify about
Okay.
filing our rights.
Okay.
You're self-selecting.
I am not doing anything. I'm following the advice of our legal team. Let's see. Another question brought up is why they pulled out. When SM Energy gave me a call to give me a heads up, they were going to be sending the letter. It came down to time. And their agreement is for, I believe they have to be done by May of 2028. And they backed into when they have to start, and it is now. And so with the referendum, it pushed it out. And so it was time. Okay,
I
next
have a
up.
point of clarification.
Yeah.
In the public comment script, it says that this is not a question and answer time. And so if all council members aren't given the opportunity to respond, I think that we should be following the rules of the meeting, correct?
Yes, and I'm also the chair of the meeting, and if there are inaccuracies, I can correct those as well. So, next speaker, please.
Emily Brecht.
I don't think so.
Be less nervous about this, sorry.
If you'll pull the mic up as best you can there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We need an extended.
Yes, I think we do.
We've got a lot of tall folks here. Okay. My name is Emily Brecht. I'm an Erie resident and a referendum petition representative. I am speaking today because over 1,800 people signed the petition to have the opportunity to vote to repeal the ordinance that you will repeal tonight. You have the community behind you. We care about what happens next. There is significant public support for the town of Erie to fight to reduce Draco's impact on our community. If the town is approached with another deal or opportunity to sell or lease communally owned resources, please be transparent and tell us. Have public Q&As where people can ask follow-up questions. Listen to our feedback. Put it to a townwide vote. The referendum offers a roadmap for going forward. The people of Erie want a voice in decisions that affect our town's future. I want to end on this. Good governance is not about making choices that make the most money. If that were the case, our government would be a business. Elected leaders need to make choices that will represent their constituents. That could mean prioritizing keeping your seat at the table with state regulators so you can truly represent Erie's residents over profit.
These are things that we can't put a price on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Andrew Stawish.
Welcome.
Sorry, I gotta move it down. Good evening, Council. As a candidate for Council District 1, I have been asked continuously what my opinion is on this deal. And now may be a moot point with what has transpired over the past week. I am neither for nor against oil and gas development. I know it irks individuals to hear this, but it is the truth. I understand the public health and safety aspects. I don't want it in my neighborhoods, and I believe that it should be regulated just like any other industry. I am also somebody who stood in front of the ECMC in October 2024, pleading that they hear the residents, those from one of the most heavily fracked communities in the state. There were individuals who viewed this deal as a way to stop Draco. However, that was not going to be the case. The state and the ECMC had made it clear that we had no jurisdiction. Regardless of this deal, Draco would be moving forward with or without our mineral estate. I do understand the concerns surrounding the process leading up to this deal, and I do truly wish that it was handled differently. I agree that a review of the process should occur to ensure this situation does not happen again in the future. I do want to applaud the petitioners and every single individual who signed the referendum petition. It is absolutely our right as residents to have that option. That is what makes this democracy we live in the greatest in the world. In July, I had publicly said that SM would be withdrawing from the deal. It must have been a slow news week because my social media post in a private Facebook group was newsworthy, and it was said to be misinformation. Some saying I was trying to obfuscate the abilities of the residents to use the referendum process in the first place. I said this publicly because as part of the hearings leading up to this deal, residents said they wanted transparency. So that's what I did. Communicated exactly what I was hearing so everybody could hear the same. To be transparent, open, and honest as to how I knew this was going to occur, I had individuals that were reaching out to me I had never spoken to as a former council member, as somebody that they could just contact to talk to understand what was going on. What I found out that was SM Energy is already indebted in this project $100 to $200 million. There was no backing out. They were going to move forward on this no matter what. And how this referendum process did not work for their timeline. Before you said anything, this was already on here. Also the possibility that they identified an alternate way to access the other minerals without ours being included. Our minerals were not going to be a blockade as many thought it would be. Now, we will find out what actually happens in September or October during the ECMC hearings, but ultimately this ordinance being repealed tonight hurts the town and its residents. If SM has withdrawn, the only option is to repeal. There is no option tonight. However, Draco is still occurring, and after all the efforts and hard work that individuals put in to fight and voice their opinions on this pad and the deal, we will unfortunately not be receiving anything for their efforts. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
That was the last person who signed up.
All right. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to address us tonight? Okay, well, I appreciate you all coming out, and believe me, I've heard the messaging, and we're at the point where the deal is done, and I'm looking forward to getting through the agenda and actually repealing it. All right. We'll move on to general business. Our first item is an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Erie repealing ordinance number 28/2026, authorizing the sale of minerals to 7N LLC, accepting the conveyance of real property from 7N LLC, and improving agreements 7N LLC, SM Energy Company, and Extraction Oil and Gas Incorporated. Okay, so this is basically repealing ordinance 31/2026. Actually, it is adopting ordinance 31/2026. So I'll see if there's a motion to approve in a second, and then we can go into discussion.
There's a presentation included.
Very short presentation if you'd like it.
Sorry, I missed that.
Much of the information has already been discussed this evening. So.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Yes, if Adam would be so kind as to move forward in the presentation. So we're just going to be, this is like a 3-slide presentation for you. So we're going to give you some background, explain what the repeal does, and open up for questions. So as noted this evening, the ordinance 26028 was approved by the council on June 23rd. It approved the sale of certain town mineral rights to SM Energy in return for real property and financial compensation. And then last week on August 19th, SM Energy notified the town it's elected not to continue with the contract. If you repeal the ordinance tonight, it concludes the referendum process that was started on July 24th. Per Section 707 of the Home Rule Charter, repealing the subject referendum. Let me back up. Per Section 707 of the Home Rule Charter, when a referendum is started and it comes to council, you have 2 choices. One is to repeal the ordinance that it's referring to, or is to refer that to the ballot. So tonight, by repealing the ordinance, you are then concluding the referendum process. Additionally, as noted here this evening, formally repealing the ordinance allows the town to act as a party of interest in any upcoming ECMC hearings, which, as you've heard, we have already filed documents to do that. So that is the extent of what the repeal will do, and we are open to questions you might have tonight.
All right, I'm going to bring it back now to see if there's a motion to approve in a second, and then we'll go through and be able to talk about it. So is there a motion to approve ordinance 31, 2026?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All right, with that, how about we just start with Councilmember Pestromelli, and we'll just work our way down.
Yeah. My position hasn't changed, and from day one, I was against this. Many reasons. Part of it is environment health, force pooling, permanent loss of control. More than anything, all the decisions were not transparent, and the residents needed that. And we also want to be an example for other towns to implement SB 181, which is for the force pooling. And I sincerely request to repeal the ordinance, and I'm in support of that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember O'Connor.
Thank you. I see this as more of a house cleaning process. They've pulled out of the deal, and so this just cleans it up and keeps the referendum from, that we would have to pay for if it goes to a special election, from needing to go through that process and expense. So,
all right. I have. Mayor Pro Tem.
I agree with Councilmember O'Connor that this is more of a house cleaning item. You don't want ordinances hanging around the books when people look back and 20 years from now and have something that's kind of a moot point. I do just want to say I heard much of the public comment tonight. I'm not going to sit here and say that we did everything right, because we didn't. And there are many decisions that I made along the way that I wish, could have made differently. However, what I will say this, and I'll stick by this, is that, and this may just be a difference of opinion, and I think in this country, I'm so sad to see that we can't have a difference of opinion without, labeling people as, or, in certain cases, slandering them. And I just want to say that as far as executive session and meetings that we held leading up to this, I understand the public frustration that you weren't hearing a lot. I do. However, there are two things I want to correct. Because the former mayor went on a radio station and publicly accused the mayor and I of having private negotiations with Alameda Minerals. That is the most slanderous statement I have ever heard. You can believe this or not, the first time I ever met Matt Owens in person was at the January 1st executive session that we had with Alameda Minerals. When we selected Alameda Minerals as our consultant, I had never met him before. And I will leave it at that. I did say the last time that the LinkedIn article, the day when I saw it come out, I was concerned about what was in there, and I sent an email to the town attorney. And that we don't answer questions here. This is not a back and forth. I'm sorry.
Nope.
Yeah,
Let's
no.
keep
This
moving.
is-
Keep moving.
I'd be glad to talk to you in person afterwards. I'd even have, meet over a cup of coffee, because I think that's what we need to get back to in this community, in this country, is let's sit across the table from one another instead of hurling accusations from a pulpit. But I understand the frustration with this. I did see, the effort to collect the signatures. Even though we have disagreements on that, I admire your tenaciousness in pursuing that. And if it was something I was passionate about that I didn't like, I'd probably be doing the same thing. So I can both disagree with some of the outcomes of this, but I can also respect where you're coming from. And I mean that sincerely. Finally, I just want to say that the bottom line for me, and the way I viewed this, was that we had an asset where, as was said earlier, they were going to come in, and it was already approved by the ECMC, and there was a potential that they could be done with what they were doing, and we would get nothing of return in value for it. And I had an issue with that. Did I care about the money? No, not really. Did I care about the land? I care about the land a lot more than I did about the monetary value of this. But it is an asset, it has value, and I wanted to ensure just compensation for it. I was very clear with the valuations that I put out, and they were nowhere close to $400 million. And I was deliberate about that. And most of my values mostly agreed with what I heard from staff, may have been off by, 3 to 5%, but I was very deliberate. And that's the way I viewed it. And this will go forward. And when we talk about the value of those minerals going forward, there will be nobody else that goes after these minerals after SM is done with what they're doing. A lot of these are in Boulder County. Boulder County doesn't allow drilling there. In our UDC ordinance, in it's either Chapter 6 or Chapter 12, I'm probably confusing them, but Chapter 12, we have to, has to be on heavy industrial zoning, which there is none in this area. So that will, prevent anybody from going in there. So they will essentially be abandoned, and SM will be in and out of there, and there will be no value from this. But I think I've probably said enough. So,
All right, Councilmember Bear.
Thank you. Since the collection of signatures for the referendum started, there's something that keeps repeating in my mind, and it's we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. And we skipped consent. And I think I am really proud of the community for stepping into democracy, for running a successful referendum. It's been tried before and not achieved or accomplished. So I want our signature collectors to feel a sense of pride, our community to feel a sense of pride. I had a lot of people come to me in July after the second meeting and the rights were sold, who felt so frustrated and powerless was a word people kept using with me. And I kept saying, stand together, find your people, find your voice. The power rests with the people in democracy. And I couldn't have imagined how this ended up, but I feel very heartened by the way that you showed up and by the way that you found your voice and you empowered one another. And I think that there is a lot of pride that should be taken from that. And I just want to congratulate the community for following through with that. Mayor Pro Tem Bell, I'd like to invite you to one of my coffees. I never quit hosting them, so I would love for you to join us. I haven't had one in a few weeks, been so busy, but please take me up on that.
Sure.
I also made a commitment through this process to convene a working group that would look at legacy wells in our community and along the Front Range and in this state, and to figure out what we could do about it. Because I feel that, and I said this repeatedly through these meetings, that dangling health and safety as a carrot in front of municipal governments is wrong. That health and safety should never be used as a bargaining chip. I have convened that working group. We have had a few meetings and we have several in front of us. And once we are ready to talk about that, I'm excited to discuss that in the public, because I think Erie will benefit from the work that we're doing. There. I have questions for staff about, like, while this is cleaning up the getting rid of an ordinance that will not be used, I also think that immediately in front of us is the Draco hearings at the state. We heard this evening about the stranded minerals that we have discussed sort of a little bit in a public meeting. I personally haven't ever seen a quantification of those minerals, and I'm curious if we're able to file and claim those, and what that looks like and what the process looks like and how we communicate with the ECMC around that. And I believe the word was don't pre-negotiate, but just to include them in our claims. And so I would love to know more about that. I don't want to spring that on anyone, but if you have something to say now, it would be great.
I can give you somewhat of a high-level perspective on it, but I'm happy to follow up with you in greater detail separately. But the filing that we completed on Friday is simply for us to have affected person status. It's our notice that we have minerals that are are part of this particular area. We are not at the conversation of how many, how much, the depth, the breadth. All we have to do at this point is to let folks know, hey, we have minerals. We believe that here are some. It is not a proffer of all, and we would like to be a party going forward. Once that happens, then we, assuming that's accepted, we have no reason to believe it would not be, then we would be able to participate in further proceedings. It's at that point that we would be having those conversations about how much, what kind, where, all of that. That's much further down the line. This is simply to put everyone on notice, because it's possible that some folks didn't know that we had some minerals in this space. And that's just so that, excuse me, that we have the ability to preserve the ability to continue proceeding. Because if you don't have minerals in that area, then you wouldn't be able to participate because you simply wouldn't be affected.
Right, thank you. So our filing on Friday does not preclude us from claiming all of our minerals disputed, commingled.
Our filing simply says we have minerals and we want to continue as part of the conversation.
Thank you. Yeah, and I also just would like to acknowledge that because the mineral rights sale did not go through, the town filed as an affected party alongside of many of you, and that was one of my main concerns with selling our mineral rights, was that we would not be able to stand with our residents. And so I'm very pleased that our staff, including Director Frank, jumped in and filed to protect town-owned property, and I am excited to be a part of the process and continue the fight. And I know it gets technical and a little boring, but it is very, very important. So I guess that's where I'll leave it. But I do want to congratulate the community. Thank you. I am a little sad you didn't get to vote on it. You worked really hard, but this was democracy in practice, and I think that is a gift. And I'm excited that we will be the first community in the state to use a brand new state law. No one's ever used Senate Bill 24-185 before, so that's exciting. So thank you. I'll leave it there.
All right, Councilmember Mortallero.
Okay, so I think repealing the ordinance is kind of a natural thing with SM deciding to terminate the deal. As I said before, this was about being compensated for an oil and gas company operating in our town uninvited. And I totally understand the referendum. It's democracy at work. Great to see. But it's the 17 surface wells that I'm most upset about, and the families and businesses that are near those 17 wells. I'm much more concerned about 17 surface wells than 26 lateral drilling 7,500 feet underneath us. I have a well 500 feet from my house that's very similar to these wells. It's finally getting to the point where they went to cap it 2 years ago. They've been working through the contaminated soil ever since then. I went by it yesterday. They're just starting to fill it in, so I believe that hopefully means that the samples came back clean this time. So I applaud Councilmember Bear's effort to work with folks trying to get these abandoned or low-producing wells plugged, but I also attended Christian's webinar, and I know how difficult that is. And we no longer have any leverage now that this deal is closed. So there's going to be huge challenges to get those 17 wells plugged. And they, as has been said before in the study sessions, they could be operating for the next 20 years. We had a deal that was going to have them capped and abandoned 3 to 5 years. So that's very disappointing to me that we're losing that opportunity. The land, as Councilmember Bell mentioned, is also very important to the town that we won't be receiving, because it is on our primary north-south corridor into town, which could provide significant retail sales in the future, which won't happen now. It's also right next to our Leon A. Worrell Public Works, and we need to expand that facility, and that won't be an option on this land any longer. So, again, applaud the efforts and the community engagement. I just wish they understood the historic deal that we we will, that's been terminated. So, thanks.
All right. Councilor Hoback.
Thank you. I also would like to applaud everyone's efforts. We're representative democracy. When your representatives do not make decisions you agree with, there's a process for redress, and you took that opportunity and fought for what you believed to be the right answer. This has been an arduous and educational process. Hopefully, we have all learned more about executive sessions, what do and do not go on, does and does not go on in them, what should and should not go on in them. And I think we have started to make some changes so that there is more timely and more honest, transparent communication about our executive sessions. And I know I've learned some lessons along the way, and hope to put those into practice. It's you know, everything from the Alameda Minerals contract to the SM Energy contract was not handled smoothly. You know, we missed some town policies, which is on us. I will say that again. That is not on town staff. We missed it. We directed town staff as to what to do with those contracts, and that is completely on us, and we need to do better. I need to do better. I have an auditing background of sorts. I should have recognized that violation of policy myself. So I apologize for that. It's sad that we have to have a contract like this be leveraged to plug and abandon wells that need and should be plugged and abandoned. And hopefully we can use this as leverage back at them, because they have acknowledged that they can be plugged and abandoned. They're ready to be. Oil and gas play a lot of games with keeping these wells operating, but these are ready, and we need to put pressure on them to get that done as a town. And I would like to see us do as much as we can to pursue our claims within the Draco Pad area before the ECMC. Don't know what all that entails. I will leave that to the experts and the legal team. But again, congratulations to all of you who made your efforts, and that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll start by saying good job on the petitions and getting them out there. That sends a clear message. And what others have already said, that's our democracy. And if, above all, everything else, that American flag that's behind me is about democracy. And you followed the process, you did what you needed, and we have now the resolution on what's going to happen with the contract. It is gone. If I'm bummed about anything, it is the 17 wells and the land. It was never about the money to me. It was about closing in those wells. And I think to Councilmember Hobeck's point, the laws actually encourage them to keep them going, because if they shut them in, they cannot go back and restart them. And so by keeping them going, that leaves the door open for them to produce or re-drill. There's all kinds of things down that path. Can we get that law changed? I think would be good. I do feel for those that are around those 17 wells who we could have helped get that taken care of. The land was the actual thing that was really, really important financially. You're going to hear us talk about the budget over the next few months, and it is not good. Now, would have the land helped us? Not today, not next year, but 158 acres along County Line Road, that is where economic development will happen. Can we acquire the land through some other mechanism? I don't know. I'm hopeful. Or I'm hopeful a developer will come in and buy it, and we'll create that economic opportunity. That leads me to Matt Owens. If you don't think I was frustrated, along with many of the other council members, with some of his outward public messaging, I don't know where 400 million came from, and we certainly were never going to pay his invoice, right? But it didn't matter, because once that was said, it was like, oh my God, look at this craziness. So that didn't help matters by any stretch. So what are the next steps? I recognize that I've been elected your mayor, so I'm not going to go pack my bags and not address this. So September 15th is an open date right now on our calendars. And perhaps, I'm not trying to schedule it at this moment, but perhaps that is a study session on now what? Focused 100% on oil and gas and what we should be doing as a council to basically get the most we can. If we can't stop Draco, then what else can we do for the citizens of Erie? So stay tuned on that. There's so much more to say, but I don't know that it matters at this moment in time. So I will call the vote. And why don't we do a roll call vote on this one?
If I might, Mayor, could we have a motion, please?
I think we had a motion and a second, and then we were doing discussion.
See, my kids also went back to school, so I'll join you in the back-to-school vortex of chaos.
Councilmember Passamorelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Hoback.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Councilmember Bear.
Yes, please.
Councilmember Mortallero.
Yes.
And Mayor Moore.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. All right, bear with me. I've got to get the agenda back. All right, we'll move on to All right, here we go. We'll go on to our second item. It's an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Erie. Oh no, that was a P repealing. Did I do?
You need to do the resolution.
Yeah, that first one.
Oh, and she just put it on there. We're going to put that at the bottom.
Okay.
All right, so we'll move on to the presentation of the 2025 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report and Audit. All right, we'll turn it over to Sarah Sands, our Director of Finance.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sarah Sands. I'm your Director of Finance. We're here this evening to present our annual audit and report. We have Randy Watkins, our a representative and partner with Klinger Hagerman, our current auditor, as well as our Deputy Director of Finance, Ann Penny. Before they get started, I just want to say a couple of things that I'm quite proud of this year. For the first time in 2 years, we finished on time, on deadline. Everything looked pretty good. And our finding that we have a very good plan for. So I also want to applaud Ann Penny and the entire finance staff because they did an immense amount of work this year and just really knocked it out of the park alongside our auditors. So with that, I'm going to pass it along to this team and let them tell you all about how it went this year and what we're going to be doing moving forward.
Good evening, and council members. I'm Randy Watkins. I'm the engagement partner from Klinger Hagerman. She kind of stole my thunder because I usually start by saying I want to acknowledge how much work goes into an audit and thank Sarah and Ann and her whole team. Not only did they get done on time, they also educated a new auditor. So the learning process in bringing on a new auditor is also a big task. So as you can imagine, we show up, they all have full-time jobs. We give them a list of things that they have to do. We ask for a whole bunch of items, and then we ask a bunch of questions when we get that information. So I just want to make sure that that's acknowledged as well. I do have a presentation to go through. Does it work for me to just advance it on this? Okay. Okay. So this is the agenda, but we'll skip past the welcome letter. So the results of our audit, we have completed our audit over the financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2025. Audit was conducted in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States and the governmental auditing standards. Because the city was, or the town was subject to single audit, you're also subject to the governmental auditing standards, which is just an increment above the generally accepted auditing standards. The objective of the audit was to obtain reasonable assurance, not absolute assurance. All that means is that we don't test 100% of the transactions. We obtain a population of transactions, we select a sample of transactions, we test that sample, and then we draw conclusions from that test work and use that to form our opinion. The scope of the work was substantially unchanged from what we planned at the beginning. So we shared with you earlier a planning communication. It would have just been a written letter that was shared. Sharing with you kind of our planned audit approach. Nothing happened as a result of the work that we did that changed that audit approach. Evidently, our font isn't agreeable to whatever was on here because there's some stuff missing from this page. But we have issued an unmodified opinion. The opinion was dated June 29th. It was submitted to the GFOA on June 30th. An unmodified opinion is sometimes referred to as a clean opinion. That's what you want. That means that we were able to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are materially accurate. There's other information contained in the town's ACFR, management's discussion and analysis, and the budgetary comparison information for the general fund and all special revenue funds are what we call required supplementary information, or RSI. We do read and reconcile that information to the financial statements, but we don't issue an opinion on it. There's other supplementary information, which is the budgetary comparison information for other funds, the combining statements, and other information that's in the back. We do reconcile that information to the financial statements and issue what's called an in relation to opinion. And then there's, lastly, there's the introductory section and the statistical section. We, again, read and make sure that it agrees to the financial statements or that there's nothing materially misleading within that information, but we don't issue an opinion on it. This page really kind of just reiterates what I just said. Other accounting practices, policies, and estimates. So the town's significant accounting policies and practices are all described in Note 1 to the financial statements. There were no changes from last year to this year. There were no new accounting principles adopted during the year by the town. As far as certain financial statement disclosures being particularly sensitive, there were no individual disclosures that we felt were more sensitive than others. There's nothing unique or unusual that happened during the year as far as the financial statements go. And the financial statement disclosures are neutral, consistent, and clear. Significant estimates. There are certain areas within the financial statements that do require complex accounting or complex transaction or complex calculations or inputs, and we consider those to be significant estimates. The three areas that we identified as having some significant estimates are relate to leases, subscription-based information technology arrangements, or SPIDAs, and then the net pension liabilities. Because there are complex variables that go into those calculations, and there's some estimates that go into those, we do consider those to be the significant estimates for the town. And there were not any significant changes made to the estimates used to make those calculations. Disagreements with management. Sorry, it's hard to read on this one. There were no disagreements with management. We were able to get through the audit, and all our questions were answered. Full cooperation from management on all records and information that was provided. Management representations. As part of the audit, we obtain a representation letter from management at the end. It really just puts into writing those oral representations that are made to us throughout the audit. Consultations with other independent accountants. Sometimes we refer to this as opinion shopping. So if management didn't agree with a conclusion that we came to, at times they could go talk to another accountant. We're not aware of any consultations with other accountants as part of the audit. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements. We did have a couple of, so if we identify an error as part of the audit, if it's significant enough, we'll approach management. And, we share all the errors that we find with management. If it's significant enough, we'll require management to make the change. If it's not that significant, we can agree to pass on it. We did have a couple of past adjusting journal entries that were insignificant to the financial statements. One was relating to accounts payable, and I can't remember exactly what the other one was, but it was nothing material to the financial statements. Other audit findings and issues, we didn't identify anything else that we think warrants your attention. You represent those charged with governance, and we didn't identify anything else. Internal control over financial reporting. So as part of the audit process, we do obtain an understanding of the internal control environment for the purpose of designing the audit approach, not for the purpose of issuing an opinion on internal control. But as part of that process, if we identify any control deficiencies, we categorize them into 1 of 3 levels. The lowest level is just a control deficiency, meaning there should be a control here, there isn't, but it's inconsequential. Material weakness being there's a control missing, and we believe that that control failure could result or would result in a material misstatement. Anything in between that we think warrants your attention is considered a significant deficiency. We did have one significant deficiency as part of the audit, and it related to sole source financing or sole source selection of a contract, and it was a town policy violation. So we did identify that, and management has provided their views of that and their planned corrective action.
Can I pause just for a second? This is the 2025 audit.
Correct.
So you're referencing what recently happened here. So I'm just trying to reconcile.
So the contract was signed in December of 2025, so therefore was subject to this audit.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it was right on the fringe.
All right.
And I should have said at the beginning, if you have any questions, please pause or ask me to pause, and I'll answer any questions you have. As far as the single audit goes, so the single audit it's where we're testing the federal funding of the town, and the town was subject to single audit again this year. We issued an unmodified opinion on the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. The schedule of expenditures of federal awards is where you report all of the federal funding expended during the year. The process is we review that, we identify the higher risk programs, and that the risk assessment process takes into consideration programs audited in previous years, if they're newer programs, if there have been changes in personnel. There's a bunch of things that we consider in identifying the higher risk programs. We identified the highway planning and construction grant or program as the major program in the current year. We tested compliance over internal controls, and we tested compliance, and we didn't have any issues in the single audit. That's it on the audit results. I don't know if you want me to stop there and answer any questions you might have. The next couple slides are just upcoming GASB updates. So.
Yeah, why don't we bring it back to council for any questions? Or not? Okay, go ahead.
So as part of the findings that you've found about the single source procurement, it says that part of the corrective action was hiring a procurement manager, adding a procurement manager position.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the auditor's suggestion or?
So happy to answer that. So a procurement manager is a pretty industry standard position for that type of compliance and helping keep controls in place for purchasing. So it wasn't necessarily a suggestion from the auditor, but a well-known best practice. We were actually in discussions with the town management office about repurposing a position in the finance department for that specific purpose before the finding even came to light, because we saw a need for that control already. So this finding kind of affirmed that need. So it was actually a position that was repurposed in the finance department, an individual who was already doing some of that work. We were able to task her with that. And so that position now oversees the compliance of the purchasing policy, helps with support the RFP process, and also helps us keep sole source, emergency procurement, and any other type of particular approvals that are required by the purchasing policy in compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, as part of that process, we do evaluate management's corrective action plan, and we were satisfied with that.
Okay, so thank you.
Mayor Pro
Yeah,
Tem?
so just following up on that, just so I guess I'm unaware of the process because I know in the time I've been on here, I can think of 3 or 4 sole source contracts that we've done. So prior to this, did we have a chance to look back to see how we did that before? Was it just kind of randomized or what?
Yes. So the purchasing policy did require that sole source approval came to the finance director for approval. We did not have a formalized form or process that departments would submit for that. They would very simply email me with their justification and help me to understand that. If we needed to have a meeting to understand that sole source, have justification for whether or not it was a sole or a single source, meaning it was either the best option for the town or the only company that we could procure that item from. So we would have that discussion if needed, and then we would submit that approval in writing. We now actually, through our procurement manager, have developed a form that makes it a lot easier for the departments to submit. It goes to their department director for approval and then comes to myself and the procurement manager for approval. So that is now a much more formalized process, and then that is attached to the contract whenever we actually push it forward. So theoretically, anytime that we have one of those, if we pull all those documents up, if our auditor tests that, they will find that sole source form as an attachment to the contract whenever it's tested.
Thank you.
Of course.
As a sidebar, I'm a quality assurance engineer. Ironically, one of my job responsibilities is root cause analysis, so I understand exactly where this is coming from. So I appreciate following up on this. Thanks.
Go ahead, Councilmember Bear.
I guess I'm just curious about, will we have further discussion about the finding in public? I think we get a lot of questions from the community about particularly that finding, that violation of the policy. So I'm just curious if we can talk about it further, or what can the public expect?
We can talk about it from the auditor's perspective now. If you would like to ask further questions, I'm sure Randy'd be happy to talk through what they found, what the issue was, and be more specific. And then if we did want to have more conversation about the processes that we're putting into place, I could certainly put something together. But we have Randy here, so if you do have like specifics, I think this is the perfectly appropriate time to ask.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not as versed as Mayor Pro Tem Bell, so I think I don't even have the language to ask the right questions.
And we can follow up too.
But, yeah. But I think there is confusion, concern in the community around how this particular contract came to be sole source and kind of the whole process from December to August. So I don't know if there's anything you would like to add to the report. Is the report public? Can you at least tell us where they can, like, what pages they can read about it on?
Yeah, it's in the annual comprehensive financial. It's actually, the GFOA has it. It's on your website. It's towards the very back. I can tell you exactly.
I was just trying to find the page number in my.
Yeah, no, it's actually on page 147 is the corrective action plan for the finding, and the actual finding itself would be the pages preceding within the 2025 ACFR.
There's context and conditions, and there's things that are in there that describe kind of how we found it, what we saw, all of that's in there. And the view of responsible individuals, which is effectively the same as the corrective action plan. So,
I'm sorry, what was the page?
Page 147. It's 155 if you're searching in the PDF.
And I can say very simply, I'm afraid there's not much from the finance end to provide in terms of the timeline. I think most of that has been provided from the manager's office and from legal. The one thing I can say is that I did not receive an email for the approval of the sole source. So that is where the misstep is. We did not have that approval on file, which is what you'll see specifically in there. So when they were testing this contract, they did not find that sole source approval on file. I was not asked to approve it, therefore we did not have it. So that's where the finding came from.
Thank you.
Excuse me, nothing should reach us for approval until it goes through those processes. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, in a best case scenario, those controls would have been followed before it came to council.
Yeah, this is why we didn't realize there was an issue, because the agreement was already done by the time it came to light. Okay. Other questions? Okay, you can continue on.
The last part is really just for informational purposes. So there are a couple of standards, or a few standards that will be effective for the next year. They're fairly significant. The GASB 103 makes some changes to the way that the financial statements are presented. MD&A, there's 5 required sections, greater emphasis on robust explanations for changes. That's kind of always been there. They're just re-emphasizing how important it is to add explanations. Having read through your MD&A, I'm confident there won't need to be significant changes to that. it's just enhancing some of the disclosures around that. There will be some geographical changes in the proprietary funds and just reorienting the way things are presented in the enterprise funds. Unusual or infrequent items, which we almost rarely or never see. There's some explanations for how those are handled going forward. And then budgetary comparisons. And historically, prior to 2025, the budgetary comparison for the general fund and the major special revenue funds were part of the financial statements. With the change to the new reporting software and knowing that that was going to have to change next year, that change has already been made. So that the town's already kind of moved forward on that piece of it. So the budgetary comparison information will now be in the back with the other budgetary comparison information with some footnote disclosures.
Can you just describe MD&A?
Oh yeah, management discussion and analysis. Sorry, CPAs are notorious for using it. And then GASB 104 and the implementation guide. There's some changes here again, just in the way that certain assets and liabilities or certain assets and related accumulated amortization are presented. But I'm confident that I think your tables probably are already adherent to that, so I'm not worried that that's going to be a significant adoption. And then in future years, there's this is another one that was issued just to enhance, I think, and create consistency in application of the subsequent event disclosures, and really aligning this more with the way that the FASB or the Financial Accounting Standards Board has viewed subsequent events. But again, this is not going to substantially change your disclosure or the way you've looked at those in the past. So just making you aware that these are coming up, but I don't anticipate significant changes. Unless you guys feel differently.
No, and I would just say on subsequent events, those typically are like this year it was our issuance of COPs, those kinds of things that are large items that aren't necessarily normal operations, that kind of thing.
And I'm going to add just one final thing that I don't think we've mentioned here, but I may have mentioned in a communication to you all. We do have the PDF version of our annual comprehensive financial report, the ACFR, online. But this year we also, for the first time, have an ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, compliant version online that is easily searchable, readable. Anne and her team worked very hard to get that up and running too. So we have two versions available for folks to read. Which is wonderful because the traditional readers for financial reports cannot read ACFRs very well. So that's a big stride that we've taken in this area. And so we're pretty proud of that as well. And that is off the ground. You can also tool around on that and look at the financial statements in different ways.
One more change that happened this year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. Looks like that's the wrap up. I just want to say thank you. I work in a government facility as well, and I'm very familiar with this process, and I know it's arduous and it's important so that our community and all of us as leaders here understand if we do have deficiencies or we do have issues, and the fact that there is basically one of any significance. It's good to know everything else is working smoothly. So thank you. Yeah.
I just also wanted to convey my gratitude. Thank you for this. Thank you for your hard work and for steering the town so well and helping us navigate all of these things. I finally understand where maybe it went wrong with the Alameda Minerals contract. So I understand, Mayor Moore, when you say that it should have gone through approvals before it came to us. My memory is, and I've triple checked my memory with others, is that you brought the contact forward, said I talked to Matt Owens, I'll give you his number, we should do business with him, and instructed staff to do that. And so I think that's where we got off course. So I think that there may need to be a process prior to even it coming to you. I'm not sure how we build that in, but maybe it's taking a further look at how we conduct business in executive session, and that kind of thing. I think that's where we went wrong, is even pre contract. So,
yeah, just to be clear, Matt Owens reached out to me from a connection in Erie where he had done work. All I did, and my email is horrible, I emailed the connection to David Franks and just saying this individual works in the mineral space, and that's where it went. And then we had an executive session before the contract was actually ever developed, and That was it. I never met with Matt. First time I met him was the same time you met him.
Yep, I'm not disputing that. I'm saying I think I recognize.
No, but you're implying that, and I just want to be real clear.
Well,
that,
please listen to the words then that I'm saying. I'm saying that I recognize where it went wrong. I think was giving direction to staff. I think we should work with this person. And so we skipped that step of the.
I didn't say we should work with this person. I said this person reach out. Anyway, in the process, it should have been caught as the negotiations are going on, and when it came forward, that's when it should have been caught. Yes. All right, we're going to move on to our next next item, which tonight is the Northern Integrated Supply Project presentation by Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District staff, and I think our staff as well.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members. This is going to be the fun part of the meeting. We've got Northern here to present on the NISP project. There's no decisions that have to be made tonight. This is informational only. But we've been presenting to council quite a bit about NISP, and we thought it was time to bring in the real experts, which is Northern. And so we have here tonight Brad Wynn's the general manager of Northern Water. We have Stephanie Cecil, who's leading the NISP project, along with Jonathan Hernandez, who leads it from a financial perspective. So also here tonight, Andrea Carroll's here, your water counsel. If you have questions for her, she'll be happy to answer them. And Tammy Moon is our new water resources manager. You may or may not have met. She's here with me, so staff is here to answer your questions too. I know that Brad wanted to make some opening comments, and then we'll get on to the presentation by Stephanie and Jonathan.
All right, sounds good. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Todd. Again, my name is Brad Wynn, and good evening, council. Thanks for the opportunity for Northern Water staff to come and present at this point kind of all elements of NISP. It's been a changing theme, a changing project over the course of the years of developing this project. Projects in the West are a multi-generational effort. If we look back here in Colorado, to be more specific, the CBT project, a project that has allowed us in the Front Range to grow for 60, 70 years, and using that supply in different ways over the year. Of course, when it was developed, primarily used for agricultural supplies, but in the last 50 years, the transition of many of those units, as we call them, have moved into the municipal and industrial sector. That project was literally 60 years in the making. 60 years. It was the late 1880s when there was a recognition there's water supplies beyond our basin that could be brought over to northeastern Colorado. It wasn't until 1956 that project came online. Not much different is the Windy Gap project, which we enjoy in northern Colorado for bringing supplies to a region that was short on water, in which it was envisioned to be an additional supply in the late 1950s. We're still trying to perfect that entire project through the development of the Chimney Hollow Reservoir, which has some of its own challenges right now that we're getting through. But that likewise was 60 years in the making. NISP, the water rights for NISP, the early ones are 1982, so we're working on 40 plus years of NISP. 20 of those years have been a hard push in terms of thinking about how a water right on the Poudre could be married up with a water right on the South Platte and integrated, thus part of the name, and brought to be a supply to the Northern Front Range. As we grapple with the reality that CBT supplies will at some point be fully transferred, what's the appropriate way to land this region once those supplies have found their forever home? And we're close. We're maybe 10 years away from that. Out of the 310,000 shares of CBT that are part of the project, there's about 27,000 of those, 25,000. It's kind of an estimate of what remains to be transferred for municipal industrial uses. And then what? And in our opinion, NISP is a piece of that future portfolio that could bring broaden communities' portfolios of water supply to be beyond just CBT, and then narrower portfolio to have something else included. So it's been a slog, I'll admit that. Is it getting more expensive? That's what happens over time. We've had inflation, and we're here to report that, in my opinion, certainly when I was here 4 months ago listening to you deliberate about the interim agreement, which has got us to where we are now with the project, things were a little murky. We had folks, frankly, who were walking away from the project. It wasn't too long ago we had 15 participants in the project. The project NISP originally envisioned was planned to be a yield of 40,000 acre-foot per year. There's 15 participants. And we were in that mode for a decade, maybe a decade and a half. And for various reasons, in the last year, early in the last year, as you know well, there were some communities who decided to go change their mind, to not be part of NISP as we know it today. Which I would think of today, it's a NISP light. The project is envisioned with 40,000 acre feet as a combo platter of these two different water rights, one on the South Platte and one on the Poudre. And these communities that walked away, for reasons I can fully appreciate, it's a combination of finding other supplies that perhaps fit their needs better and maybe at a lower cost point. I would call them a different product in my mind than what NISP provides. And then some just frankly didn't have the demand come online that they anticipated when they committed to NISP 15 to 20 years ago. So we're down to 9. The coincidence of what those 9 have brought to us and why I think that today is clearer than in my mind of where this project is headed is because those 9 participants constitute just shy of 20,000 acre feet of commitment, including Erie. It's quite a little bit ironic, maybe a stroke of luck, that 20 is rough half of 40. And the project, by design, half the yield comes from the Poudre right, and half of it comes from the South Platte right. When we tally the numbers of today and look to 20,000 units, technically it's 19.5, and you'll hear from Stephanie and Jonathan the exact numbers, but it's about 20,000, which is, again, a stroke of good luck. The Glade component, that's the component on the Poudre River, can yield half the project. So it's really allowed us to focus wholeheartedly on building the Glade component first. We're not going to forget or give up on the Gaelton piece, which is the South Platte piece, because it brings a slightly different flavor of water that we could dive into if you so choose. But we're not going to give up on that. But with the participants we have right now, with the 9, there's great conversations going on with 2 and maybe even 3 other participants that, in my opinion, will bear fruit. It allows us to move forward with this Glade component in fairly short order. And certainly look forward to your dialogue. We understand the hesitation. It's expensive. That's how water development is right now. But nonetheless, look forward to presenting in greater detail, and I'll turn it over to Stephanie unless there's other questions, Mr. Mayor, from
No, I'm sure we'll have questions as we go, but let's get through the presentations and background.
Great, thank you. And my name's Stephanie Cecil. I'm an engineer and project manager with Northern Water, and excited to talk to you today about NISP. It's an important project for our region, and I think Erie's an important participant for us. So we want to talk through really the need for the project, give you a little bit more information about current market with water in this area, talk to you about the benefits that NISP provides, and then get into a little bit more of the financing information and affordability of the project, value that it provides. We have about 15 to 20 slides or so, so we can go through that. If there's clarifying questions that you have, please let us know. So first question that we get is, why are we even talking about a new water project? As Mr. Wynn spoke about, we've done new water projects in the past. Northern Water was instrumental in bringing the CBT project online. There's Windy Gap, there's other water rights, there's native water rights in the area. And lately, I would say in the past few decades, getting additional water rights has been fairly straightforward in the ability for Erie or its developers to go buy 1 or 2 units, just a little bit of yield that's needed to supply one development or to supply a few houses. That availability on the market has been there in the past, and it is there currently right now to a limited degree. But what we're seeing is that CBT over time, it used to be owned primarily by agriculture when it was first implemented. You can see on that graph, it was 85% owned by agriculture. Over time, since this project's been online, those water rights get slowly moved from ag to municipal and industrial. With that happening, those water rights typically do not move back and they don't get transferred from municipalities. Typically, municipalities get those water rights and hold on to them. So what we see is that decrease in availability of supplies, and we see that trend continuing, that those supplies will not just be available to acquire into the future, and that those costs could increase as that happens. Additionally, within the water market that we have here, there's uncertainty with the Colorado River. We have the feds becoming involved in that water right and what's available. And so there's uncertainties with what that looks like into the future, what the yield will be with water rights along the Colorado River, which are Windy Gap and CBT. We also have regional conditions that are happening with climate variability, with drought conditions. This year, May 1st was the lowest snowpack on record for the state of Colorado. So on May 1st, it was the lowest it's literally ever been in recorded history that we have. So it's something we continue to watch and something that we continue to look at, but it means that additional storage is helpful so that when you do have those wet years, you can capture it and then send that water out in the dry years. Thank you. So those are kind of reasons for why we're looking at a new water supply project. And then wanted to talk a little bit about why NISP in particular provides specific benefits that kind of help counteract those issues we have with our current water market. So NISP is a local water supply from the East Slope. As Mr. Wynn talked about, we're talking about Poudre River water right. So it's a native supply here. It's not involved in the Colorado River in any way. And it really helps provide diversification. So when you look at existing water rights, if you have a fire, if you have a flood, if you have something that cuts off existing water supplies, having water supplies from different regions, different areas, really helps provide a different additional resilience into your system. So when you look at that, it really is a new water supply that adds more than just a 1 CBT unit would add. It also provides both storage and year-round yield. So with CBT, you have the amount of water you get for the year. There's a little bit of carryover we allow of 10 to 20%, but that's about it. You're getting water each year that's set by a quota, that Northern Water sets that quota, and then you get that allotted amount of water. NISP is a different animal in that you get yield, so you get a year-round yield that you get to decide how you use, and you also get a storage bucket. So you get storage in Glade that you then get to decide how you want to utilize that water. If you want to use 2 times your yield in 1 year, you can't. You're not just limited to that carryover, more flexibility and control in how you choose to use your water rights. Additionally, NISP really supports the regional economy. I have a map here of the current participants, but it's a lot of areas right directly around Erie that really would benefit from this project that provides resilience and provides water to those growing communities in this area, while avoiding buy and dry. So it does not dry up agricultural land to use this project. Really the reason NISP works is because we have a big old storage bucket in Glade, because that water right is not gonna come into priority every single year, but we're able to capture it when it does and get it into a reservoir so we can continue using it. Another great aspect of NISP is that it's completed all of our permitting. So we've done local, state, and federal permitting that's all been completed on the project. We settled a lawsuit a few years ago on the project, so it's really shovel ready to get the project going, which we're excited about. Additionally, there's just not other alternatives out there that kind of provide these same benefits. There are other water rights. There is the buying CBT, there's buying other Windy Gap, there's buying native supplies, but the ability to have both storage and yield, get a set cost that Mr. Hernandez will talk about here in a little bit, but that ability to really buy into your future and invest in that now is not something that's necessarily available with other water supply projects. And NISP is part of the Colorado Water Plan, so it is part of the solution to help bridge the storage gap. That being part of the Colorado Water Plan enables us to get funding for the project a little more readily from the state, allows additional grant opportunities and low interest loan opportunities as well. Next slide. Thank you. So this map shows the current NISP participants. As you can see, there's actually, I would say, a focus of participants kind of on the southern end of the project. So there's I would say a big regional connection, I think, with this project, with Erie, with Left Hand Water District, with Frederick, with Tacona, with a lot of our southern participants who are growing and want to diversify their water supplies, both for their existing users and future growth as well. Thank you. So now to talk a little bit more about kind of the GLADE component and what that includes. Mr. Nguyen talked about this, but it is 170,000 acre feet of storage in GLADE. So again, that storage gets really allocated on a per unit basis to participants to be able to help manage that. So getting to choose what you do with that water and how you utilize it. You also then have the 19,500 acre feet per year. So again, that's the firm yield of the project. That is not like a CBT unit where it's a 60 to 70 to 80% quota every year. That is if you have a acre foot of yield per year, that's a firm yield that comes out of the project. So that is a 100% CBT quota you could kind of think of. And then that total cost is the capital cost for the project moving forward, which is at 1.7 to 2 billion. Mr. Hernandez cost estimates that he'll go through here really are kind of looking at the high end of that cost of the 2 billion so that we can kind of analyze what that looks like compared to other water rights. And so with this cost, that includes Glade Dam, that includes the reservoir, that includes pump stations, that includes all of the pipelines that are needed to move that water south to about Meade is where that pipeline connects into our existing Southern Water Supply Project pipeline. It also includes all of the environmental and mitigation projects, so it's kind of a really all-in cost to get to completion. As I discussed, that participation benefits, water supply is 1 acre foot per unit per year right now. That's the 19,500 of what Erie is in for the 4,500 and our other participants. As Mr. Nguyen mentioned, we might have a few additional participants come in. If we have a few additional units, the size of Glade and the yield stays the same. So with that, that would mean slightly less cost per unit for a participant. So let's say we have 1,000 additional units come in. Then there's about a 5% decrease in the cost per unit and a 5% decrease in the yield per unit. So that the house stays the same, you could say, of what we're building with Glade and the yield from that, but you're splitting that up over a greater number of units as participants come in. So that's something we've been talking with participants quite a bit over the last few months about. The idea that most participants have been interested in that, and that slight decrease in cost is favorable, even if that results in a slight same amount of decrease per yield. But you still get about 8 years of storage in Glade Reservoir. So that number doesn't change too much with a small decrease. Thank you. So really, I think a lot of folks, when you look at water supply, kind of look at what is the cost per acre foot of yield. That is a great number to look at, and I know it's something that's important to everyone in this project. But with that, wanted to touch on a few other benefits that NISP provides, which is that storage that gives you more flexibility, more resilience for those really dry years, and provides those additional benefits that you don't get from other water supplies. And then also just diversifying, like I talked about before, that ability to pull from different water sources at different times of the year, at different hydrology factors that are happening. You know, it just provides a lot more benefits than just adding a single small native supply. So with that, I will go ahead and pass it over to Mr. Hernandez to talk about financing and affordability a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. All right, now the fun part. We get to talk about numbers. I know you're all excited about that, but before we get to talking about numbers, just to pause a little bit and really talk about the investment, the why would a city, why would any entity be considering such a large regional water project? So to kind of tee up this discussion, beyond just a number of what dollar per acre foot, I wanted to talk through just some questions. And these questions don't have correct answers. These aren't questions that Northern Water can answer on your behalf. These are questions that each individual entity might have different answers. You on the council might see things, have a little different answers on these questions. But it's talking about the value of water. How do we get our mind around what does water cost and what is its value? So during a drought, what is the value of water during a drought? During uncertain climate change, climate scenarios, we see devastating wildfires in our watersheds. So what is the value of water at a time during drought when there's scarcity? What is the value of having a new water supply in a different watershed than you currently have access to, and diversifying that? Another question that comes up all the time that city councils have to struggle every day is, who should bear this responsibility? When we are building a very large regional solution to this area, who bears that responsibility? What role does our current generation have to hand off a future to our children? What role do our children have to pay their own way? There's no right answer to that. There's no wrong answer to that. What options remain if supply in the future becomes scarce, or just frankly costly? How much are you willing to put risk into a future water market that is subject to demand and supply economics? And then finally, what does a long-term water security mean to your community? And beyond your community, because NISP is a generational water project, it's a regional water project, it's providing solutions for just the region, not just Erie. What importance does that have to your citizens? We understand you are elected and chosen to look after the needs of your residents. You're not necessarily looking out for Dacono's best interest. Obviously, they have their own counsel for that. But where we are in Northern Colorado, we have to understand, yes, you have residents, but where do they work? Where do they play? Where do they recreate? Erie doesn't exist in a vacuum. None of our participants exist in a vacuum. And so what value does a regional project like NISP, even though it is regional, providing benefits to our neighbors, what benefit is that alone to individual entities like Erie? So before I started really running through the numbers, I kind of wanted to sit through that discussion to kind of get our mind around when we are talking about the value of water, because it's too easy to look at a dollar without understanding the wider impact of that dollar. All right, so I had to make this presentation a little shorter. So I wanted to give this is a market comparison to CBT. There's lots of water markets out there. There's lots of projects that we can compare to, but for the sake of time, I'm only going to go through one, which is CBT. Chose that one because that's the most widely familiar, and so I think the most easy to understand. So to start, before we look at the value of what NISP offers, what is out there? We've heard about CBT, and this graph, for anyone that is in the market of acquiring CBT shares, you know this graph too well. It is a cost per acre foot per unit of CBT. One note about this is CBT prices are usually cost at a per unit value. So when you buy CBT, you're buying 1 unit of CBT. It is important to keep in mind that the firm yield of CBT is closer to half an acre per unit. A average yield is around 0.7 acre feet per unit. And so this chart converts the unit price of CBT into a acre foot. And this will help us compare apples to apples when looking at NISP. So what we see is that since 2020, it has been flirting with the $100,000 per acre foot. A couple years it got above that, and in recent years it's come right at that $100,000 per acre foot. That is right around the cost of what we are projecting for the Glade component. The shaded red area is our projected cost per acre foot of a Glade component. So we see current to date, it is very favorable to CBT. And to point out again, CBT does not come with its own storage. You do not have year-to-year control over the CBT yield. NISP provides that benefit. But even so, NISP is right in line with CBT cost. As we've heard about CBT, and I think we all know about overall water supply in this region, there is great demand for water in this region. And with great demand comes rising prices. So we see that. That 8 to 13% is the average compounded annual growth rate that CBT has had. So every 6 to 8 years, 8 to 10 years, CBT is doubling in cost. Part of that is because there is just fewer and fewer supplies left to transfer. So as Mr. Wayne was talking about what is left that could be transferred to the municipalities, if you look at just Class D contracts of CBT and use that as a proxy for what's generally left in the ag area, we're looking at 9% of CBT would be left for entities to buy and transfer to municipal use. Again, converting the amount of units that 9% actually provides, we are seeing that at roughly 17,000 acre feet would be all that's left within CBT to transfer to entities. That might be alone, that might be enough to provide for Erie's need, but again, we are all part of this regional economy, and Erie isn't the only one looking out for these shares. So in summary, with CBT and other future markets, we are seeing higher prices and there's just fewer units. And how much is an entity willing to take on that market risk? That when you do want to acquire that supply, it will be there, and it will be there at a affordable cost. So we believe NISP provides a hedge against that market risk. We know today that NISP is right in line with CBT cost. But what is CBT cost going to do in the future? So this chart looks at a couple different alternatives. The yellow line takes a look at the last 10 years compounded annual growth, just as a metric. So I put that on this chart. The gray line is that historic CBT cost. You can see that accelerating quite a bit. If that same last 10 years accelerated growth were to occur, that's the yellow line. I'll admit, I don't personally believe we will see that yellow line. If we did, we would be at 500,000 acre foot in 15 years. I don't believe that's going to happen, but I don't know what's going to happen. But to give a more clear reference, I also added just a conservative 2% growth to CBT and a 3% growth to CBT, just to project what could happen in the future. And we have to remind ourselves, supply-demand economics, we see the supply going down, so I don't think this 2-3% is, I think it's, if anything, it's a very conservative estimate. Compare that with the cost of NISP, where we are right now, 100,000 acre feet. You can see that by getting into NISP, you are reducing your market exposure. You are not at the mercy of supply demand, but simply put, NISP provides that supply and price certainty. I will also admit, with CBT, you have that ability to pay as you go. Buy one here, buy another here. So CBT is great for that, and it's been outstanding for that. However, for reliability of price, CBT is quite lousy at that because it's up to the market. NISP, on the other hand, is the reverse of that. NISP provides that price certainty for generations in the future. I will freely say, but yes, you can't buy NISP 1 here, 2 here. You are buying a large chunk up front. Therein lies the problem that entities are facing, is how do you afford buying a large chunk up front, even in order to hedge your bets against market risk. And so that's where we talk about the affordability question, and that's where financing comes into play. So an analogy I use often is like buying a house. We understand generally buying a house and the decisions that come with that. So if you're looking at buying a $500,000 house, you look at that house, you see where it's at, what neighborhood it is, what are the houses around it, and you judge its value based on the comparables of what's around that house. And if you just determine that $500,000 is the appropriate price, then you say, yes, it meets that value test. This is a good value, $500,000. I don't know about you all, I can't afford a $500,000 house. I just can't afford it. but that's where financing comes into play. Financing helps the affordability test. So we work with our lender and come up with a mortgage, and we realize, oh, by financing this house 30 years, I can now afford it. It's a value based on where it stands today compared to other houses, and I can afford it because I'm now paying it over 30 years. But as some of you might, as I do, I take a look at that amortization schedule and I add up the principal and interest, and I could say, this house, actually, I paid $1 million for it. But we understand that's the cost of affording it. We understand the $1 million does not change the fact that a $500,000 house was worth it. And so the same is true for our water projects. We look at the value. Does it have a value today? We believe it does based on CBT, other water markets. And then we say, okay, how do we afford this? Because we understand that is a huge price tag. How do we afford this? We afford it through financing. And so what we have been hard at work at is trying to put together the right capital stack of how to finance this. How do we ease the pain to our participants? So I won't go into detail about all of these, but the main point on this slide is right now we are looking at 4 primary sources of funding. A federal loan through EPA, which is WIFIA, that provides very flexible debt sculpting options. We're looking at tax-exempt bonds. We're looking at a more shorter-term bank loan that we will later take out with tax-exempt bonds. And then we are also looking at a state loan through CWCB. This loan would be low interest, and it would be subordinate. And if I had my way, I would take $2 billion out of CWCB. They are limited as a state agency with funds. So currently, we are authorized for $100 million, but we are always asking them for more. Now this slide, I will admit my boss is going to be upset at me because he told me this slide was too busy. And I said, don't worry, I have animations to walk through this. Well, it turns out we have a PDF, so there's no animations. So do me a favor, only look at the blue line because that's the first one that would pop up. So this solid blue line is our projected assessments over a 50-year period. This 50-year period gets us through the construction, gets us through initial operations as we're ramping up, filling up the reservoir, starting releases. It then gets us into the full operation, which is where you are seeing that 1 acre foot per year, 1 acre foot per year. And then this 50-year period also takes us through the end of financing to highlight that this is not a 40 or a 50-year project, but this is a project that will go on for generations well after financing is done. So we have right now we are analyzing 2 primary ways of financing this. The first one is what I'm calling standard. And that's the blue solid line. So what the standard assessment, I guess, is doing is it's ramping up payments through the construction period, through that initial operations, kind of a soft landing to a generally level debt service. So again, going back to the house analogy, when you take out a 30-year mortgage, that's a level debt service. The same debt payment you're making month 1 is the same you're making month 360. So that's what the standard does. The next line that magically shows up, if you can imagine that, is the deferred assessment structure. The deferred assessment structure says, let's focus on the affordability question. How do towns get through construction? How do they get through this initial operations when the project starts coming online? Water starts becoming available. Maybe it's not quite reliable to that 1 acre foot per year yet. So that's the yellow and the blue. Let's keep assessments down as much as we can, and then we will jump up into the debt service payment. And then because we did capitalize a lot of interest during the construction period, we're going to have to accelerate our debt payments. So we modeled in a 2% increase of our debt payments. That 2% was intentional with the idea here that communities are growing into this project. So the debt payment that you are making before water is coming is very low. Right when water starts becoming reliable, it jumps up. And then as communities grow into this project, your debt service is also growing into the project. What we can see if we are just looking at the 2 solid lines, because right now that's all you can see, the dashed ones haven't popped up yet, is yes, in the first couple years, the deferred payment saves money. That's answering the affordability question. But in the later years, that deferred is costing more money, and we have to be aware of that. But here's where the dashed lines come in, is when we start taking a look at the time value of money and looking at a present value analysis to see, okay, in today's dollars, what is the economic impact of both of these structure in today's dollars? That is the dashed line, the blue dashed line for that standard, the yellow dashed line for deferred. And what we can see is that, yeah, in the near term, that kind of standard ramp up does have a true economic impact in the next couple of years, because when you're looking at present value analysis, near term costs are still relatively today's dollars. It's when you push this out further that you see the true impact. And so as the deferred analysis comes here, you're actually staying pretty level in a today's economic impact throughout construction and initial operations. It's raising a little bit, but not as much as you would initially think. And then what's interesting is both lines for the standard and deferred are pretty close to each other. So once you start looking into a present value economic analysis, you're seeing that, oh, that big increase that I thought we were having with the deferred isn't having as much of a direct economic impact. And then, of course, after the debt service falls off, we still have a fully operational project for the future. So what these charts do, I only have 2 more slides, I promise.
I feel like
These
I'm back
slides
in my
are looking
MBA
at-
classes here. It's going to be a test, right?
Yeah. It's open book test, though. So what these charts are looking at is really how are we attacking affordability? How do we get our participants into a project to where it starts delivering water that you can start really selling against? So the first chart on the left is looking at the cumulative assessments over the first 5 years. On the left side is the nominal dollars. That's just adding up, straight addition. The present value is taking that time value of money into consideration to say, okay, well, what is that in today's dollars to kind of get the true economic impact? And so what we're seeing is that over the first 5 years through construction, that standard, that was the blue line, you're paying about $17,000 per unit. And the deferred, you're only paying about $11,000 per unit. Just as a quick comparison, if you paid this all in cash, your economic impact over the first 5 years would be that $101,000. And then second chart is saying, okay, well, not just the first 5 years, because you don't get complete water right when the project is done. We have to ramp up and get initial operations and start filling the reservoir. So to get participants through the first 9 years, what we are seeing in today's dollars, the standard assessments would be about $36,000 per acre foot, and the deferred is $23,000 per acre foot. These are numbers that your financial analyst, your rate consultants can look to see, okay, how do we get this? How do we afford this? But they are important numbers to also be aware of just from the get-go. Last slide for me, anyway. This 50-year cost, this is where the value reproves itself. So as I made the statement earlier, when you buy a house, you too might look at the amortization schedule, add up the full P&I, and realize I pay, over 30 years, I am paying $1 million for this $500,000 house. How is that a good deal? And it's a good deal because, again, present value analysis, putting all the dollars into today's cost. So this, similar to the last chart, looking at the first 5 years, first 9 years, this one's now looking at a more lifetime cost. This is conservative because this is not a 50-year project, but just as to get some numbers on the paper, looked at, okay, a 50-year lifetime cost of NISP. If we finance it, the nominal dollars there, that blue chart, that is over $250,000 per acre foot. The yellow is over $300,000 per acre foot. If you paid in cash, you're at $140,000 per acre foot. These are scary numbers, yes. But this is, again, adding up your mortgage and saying, I paid $1 million for a $500,000 house. You need to remember the cost of financing is getting it to the affordability. That is what makes the project affordable. And when you look at a present value analysis, again, I'm discounting at 4%, just kind of a median average there. When you look at that present value analysis, you're saying, okay, it's $325,000 for the deferred alternative. That was necessary maybe to make this project affordable, to let us grow into it. But in today's dollars, it's $133,000 per acre or per unit. The standard's $125,000 per unit. So this is where you start to kind of get the bigger picture of what's the economic impact to your city. Is over a 50-year term, each unit would cost you upwards of $130,000 per unit. But you aren't just getting 1 acre foot out of that. So when you divide that by, follow me, stay with me. I know it's late. You take that 133, divide it by the acre feet that you get. And so that brings us to a levelized cost of water effectively over the 50-year term of $3,200 per acre foot. That's a easier number to understand, to kind of grapple with, okay, economic impact to the town of Erie, to all of our participants, on average, over the 50 years, is about $3,200 per acre foot. Again, these are economic numbers. They're economics. You can make different assumptions. You can make different, and different assumptions will lead you to different conclusions. But this is what rate consultants, financial analysis, or analysts for your town, they can take these numbers and see, okay, now how does that fit into our water rates? How do our water rates absorb this in the future? How do we absorb it over the first 9 years? But it's moving beyond just adding up your mortgage and saying, I just paid $1 million for a $500,000 house. I think that was a bad deal. When in reality, it still is and still retains its value. So I think that's my last slide. Yes. And the crowd cheers that I'm done. Thank you for staying with me.
Thank you. I get to talk about the fun stuff of free money.
Okay, that sounds good. I think Sarah was having a lot of fun with this in the back and the numbers and everything.
Well, yeah, one thing that we are, not one thing, but we do continue to pursue as many grants as we can at Northern Water for NISP. We actually recently hired a dedicated grants coordinator at Northern Water who spends, I would say, at least half her time on NISP and going after various grants on the local, state, and federal level for us. And we work really closely to make sure that we're thinking about projects that fit into different buckets. NISP is one of those things that has so many different components that we're able to really look at, okay, what's something that provides benefits to wildlife? Okay, we have a wildlife crossing, so we are actually pursuing a grant for that right now. We have a highway relocation, so we're pursuing grants in the transportation realm. And then we also, right now, are currently part of the Water Resources Development Act, so the WRDA on the federal level. We are currently in that bill, so that's making its way through the federal process there. But we have about $22 million in there for conveyance and improvements to the Poudre River that we're looking at. So we continue to really go after everything, and then if we don't get it this year, we can go after it the next year, and really just continue to do it all of the above approach for grants. Next slide. And I think this is our last actual slide here, but just to discuss kind of upcoming milestones and where we're at on NISP. As Mr. Wynn discussed, we had, I would say, the beginning of this year, we were in a little bit of an unknown state of how we're moving forward, what we're moving the project forward as, and I think that's really come together and we've convalesced around a plan to move it forward. So we currently finished the design plans for Glade Reservoir and for a lot of those different components related to that. So we currently have an invitation for bids out to contractors, and we really think getting those bids in hand will be helpful so that those cost estimates aren't estimates. They are actual bid numbers that we're getting from contractors so that we can move forward with the project. So In October is when we get those bids in hand, and then in November, we'll be doing a big cost estimating update to all of the participants, to our board, to make sure everyone's on the same page with where those costs came in, and really updating the financial projections so that those don't include an estimate, but they include numbers from contractors that we can go under contract with in 2027. So once we get those in hand, again, November's that big date that we'll be coming back to everyone with those. And then January and early 2027 is when we'll have interim agreements that we'll be moving forward with. Those are typically in January. 2026 was a bit of an odd year, so that came to you in, I think, May timeframe. So again, this year that'll be January, kind of back to our regular schedule. And January is when we actually anticipate our last interim agreement. So NISP has been moving forward with those yearly agreements. I think this is our 23rd interim agreement, so for 23 years. So we anticipate this next January being our last one, and then moving forward to our full allotment contract. So that allotment contract is really the final piece of, this is what you are allotted in this project. This is the yield you get. This is the pro rata share that you are invested in this project. And we need that to then go out for financing. So that is why that's due in summer of 2027, so that we can then secure financing for the project with the bonds, and then move forward into construction in fall of 27 and 2028. And then from there, we get to a construction completion of 2032. So that's what we're aiming for with this project right now and looking forward to. Next slide. Thank you. So with that, just to leave you with the things that I think we've hit a few times in this presentation, but NISP does provide a lot of value. It's at a competitive cost. It provides price certainty once we lock that in next year. And it's a long-term investment, and it's expensive, we know that. But we do think it's affordable. It can be both of those things, I think, at the same time. And also it provides a lot of benefits, like we discussed. It provides that additional resiliency, flexibility, and it's really the last big permitted project in this area. It took 20 plus years of permitting, and so if anyone decides tomorrow they want to start that process, I think it's going to be 20 to 30 years to start building something new. And really with Northern Water, we are a leader in regional water supply. We've been around for almost 100 years, and just like Erie, we aren't private, we aren't for profit. We're implementing our mission of trying to get water to the region. So with that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any and all questions that you have related to this.
All right. Well, thank you. This is a very important topic, and I appreciate all three of you coming out and giving us more information than we certainly had the last time. I think that you were here, Brad, to help us get going. I think the dilemma that we're facing is, what does it really cost to our homeowners, especially the ones that are already here? If we walked away from NISP, which we came very close to doing, we only need the water in one regard for new growth. Although there's another component of this, and that's the diversification of our water supply, right? Depending on what happens with CBT, so that has to be considered. I'm looking forward to when Sarah, our finance director, can take the big numbers and turn those into numbers we can understand on the average water bill. Or if we're not going to put the burden on those already here, what is it going to cost for water for every new home that would come? And I recognize we're going to have to figure that out and balance it before we take the vote to commit going forward. We're the biggest participant, and I think when the 15 members started, we weren't the biggest participant, right? And so that also feels like a big responsibility, both in the terms of risk and of reward. And so getting the numbers worked out and ensuring the construction schedule gets set and can be met, will be important, I think, at least for me when I'm making that decision going forward. Gailton, if you do Gailton somewhere down the road, are we automatically in that, or does the whole process start over?
It's an excellent question.
Because we were in it when they were combined, right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that question. A lot of things to think about. I think it'll be a combination of moving forward. It will take presumably additional financing. It's a lower cost component of the project. There's less pipelines, there's less pumping. Our vision is within the allotment contract, there would be a first option for existing participants. It only makes sense to give them the option to then extend into the Gailton project, which one could view it as a firming project, adding supply to the kind of the underlying Glade project, that they would have a first option to proceed with that. But it would take additional funding. Does that get us to a Gailton build or not? Maybe, maybe not, and we'd certainly like to leave it open such that others could come into the Gailton component. The complexity, not impossible, but the complexity is the reality to get that water from a Gailton project. If you weren't in the original Glade project, I don't want to get into this too deep, you in essence need the infrastructure for Glade that you and your other 8 peers invested in. And what's the mechanism? And it's possible. It's just like, what is the mechanism for an Erie, in my opinion, to get compensated for being first and having the infrastructure that's important for those who come second? So all that to say, I think ultimately it can be integrated, but it's going to be, in my view, a layered integrated versus a all-on, from the beginning, fully integrated.
All right, and then my next question is around risk. CBT and Windy Gap come off the Colorado. We're watching in the news, right? Allocations. The states couldn't agree on how to allocate what's there because of the drought. So the feds have stepped in, and at least so far, Colorado has not been deallocated. Are we at risk, or are the water rights we have senior enough that you don't anticipate us ever being at risk?
I think Mother Nature has thrown us a curveball that interjects more risk in our future than I had thought I would ever have to face. Maybe I'm skirting your question. I went to Green Mountain Reservoir today. Green Mountain is often the forgotten part of the Colorado Big Thompson project, perhaps the most important. Part of Green Mountain is a gift to the West Slope for the building of the CBT project, and part of it's used to, I'll just say, optimize the operations of the CBT. It's almost empty. So absolutely there's risk in how we go forward in the state and sharing the resource of the Colorado River. It's all much contingent upon where Mother Nature, how she plays her cards this winter and future winters for sure. It's been a 20-year dry spell in the Colorado River Basin. We have, in some ways, we and Bureau of Reclamation on the Colorado Big Thompson project have largely escaped that dryness. We've been pretty blessed in Grand County with some water supplies, and up the Blue, which is where the Green Mountain gets its reservoir. The Utahs, the Wyoming, not so much, but there's certainly risk there. We certainly stand behind our state of Colorado negotiators on discussions with the other states and the federal government in terms of what's coming at us for what looks to be a 10-year approach with proceeding negotiations every 2 years. We think that arrangement, at least from a Northern Water and a state perspective, is a good way to move forward for the foreseeable future. But risks are higher than I would have ever thought on the Colorado River Basin.
So you didn't quite answer the question. So if I said the feds could cut Colorado and could impact CBT, is that a fair statement? Or do you feel like that we are in Colorado and we will continue to get the water that's available?
I think for the foreseeable future, we will continue. In the federal proposal, there's an element of a voluntary contribution program, or at least creating it by not just Colorado, but the other upper basin states, and contributing water to the effort. That water is going to come from somewhere. And as Colorado, it's I think the negotiator and certainly Northern Water's perspective that we need to come together and find a way to be part of the solution, and that water won't magically appear. It comes from somewhere, and in the short term, I don't think it comes out of yield, but if things stay as bad as they were last winter, certainly that could be a reality. uncertain
Put the
times.
burden on
Mr.
our
Mayor.
existing homeowners to conserve even more.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Grants. So I appreciated the comments about hiring a grant writer and going after it, because I've always felt that this is a big project and it seems like the feds should have a play in this. But at least on our last discussion, it didn't appear that we were chasing that money. So it looks like you have hope for that.
Yeah, I do think there's hope for that. And Mr. Wind and Lisa Thompson with Charlie both went to DC recently to talk to representatives there. And I think with the NIST participants and with just internally, we're doing a bigger push on that. We've heard loud and clear that maybe we haven't done enough in the past and it needs to be a big focus. So we definitely want to push that forward. It's a long project. Construction takes a while. So, we get comments that, well, it'll take a while to get money from the feds, but we have that time, we can use it, and we can try to push that forward.
Yeah. And I think as participants, what can we do, right, to continue to put the pressure on, our elected officials to do the right thing with the water supplies.
If I might add, Mr. Mayor, there's been recent conversations between Northern Water and a select group of the 9 participants. I think that'll grow. In fact, we're going to have more conversations next week about doubling down in our lobbying efforts. As Stephanie said, I wasn't back in D.C. with Lisa Thompson, our general counsel for the Northern Water Board, 3 weeks ago now. Just had a good discussion with the entire delegation, kind of reintroducing to them NISP. It's been a few years since we've been back there, and we're going to continue to do that. In fact, plans to do it multiple times, probably late this year one time, but really got to get into the new session to have conversations on potential funding opportunities. But the delegation seemed pretty engaged, recognizing the challenges we're having in the West around water supply and making sure they're resilient. And NISP is, we argue, a big piece of that.
Okay, last question that I have. CBT versus NISP costs. I could have sworn that at an earlier presentation there was a bigger gap, right? I'm thinking of the slide you had up there with the CBT cost and then the Windy Gap. Am I remembering that wrong, or did something change?
So what changed was when we first were looking at that, we looked at the cost of a CBT unit. So as we discussed before, a CBT unit has around 70% of 1 acre foot, so 0.7 acre foot per year on average. The firm capacity of that we typically look at as half. And so what we did is update that graph to be more reflective. So we're trying to compare apples to apples instead of just one CBT unit to one share of NISP, because those,
they're not the same.
You get more water with NISP. So we wanted to make sure that showed what the cost was.
Okay. All right. I'll bring it back to council for questions. Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll just loop her all the way around.
Thank you all for presenting. I agree this is an extremely important project. I would like to see it to full build out. I'm pleased to hear that that Gailton, there's still a possibility for that, and that was one of the big concerns that I had. And I think to the mayor's point, I think for us, a lot of this is looking at on the financial component. It's a matter of what yield we can get of our usage fees or tap fees to be able to help maintain the payments for it. I certainly appreciate the presentation on the affordability aspect. I think that's good for the public to see. The biggest concern that I have right now is an economy of scale issue. And, you mentioned the various reasons, we had participants drop out, but we went from 15 down to 9, and now, we're the largest participant in that. So there's additional risk for the town, and I hope this doesn't happen, but if other participants withdraw, I kind of feel, this may not be the best analogy, but I kind of feel like a stockholder, and you know, when you have other people divest, our costs go up. And, you know, we just, you know, we went from, we divested from, I think, 6,500 acre feet down to 4,500. And, you know, we're looking at doing that when Fort Collins Loveland Water District, you know, drops out and basically sells those shares at cost, then it's like, okay, what's the value of what we hold now? So I guess my question is, and I know there are certain federal guidelines you have to abide by as far as, you know, what the scope of the project is. But as far as, you know, finding additional participants, and I think you mentioned with Gailton that there could be potential buy-in there, that there could be compensation back to the existing participants. Could you maybe elaborate on that a little bit more?
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Probably not much. It's those kind of, when I think about kind of modeling what that looks like, we've not taken those steps, but I think you can all appreciate, as I mentioned, there's just investment. You as being in the initial group, just think about a piece of pipe. You and 8 others made that investment. And just by virtue of how the project's plumbed, that piece of pipe has got to be used for someone who comes into this second tranche of the project called Gailton. If it's not consumed by the first 9, or maybe a couple more, I'm pretty optimistic, but I don't want to oversell that. It may not be just the first 9. It might be some others who come in for lots of different reasons. They've grown more than they thought, didn't know they needed a supply in this year, but they might next year, so on and so forth. Certainly, we can figure out a mechanism in which there's a contribution, again, back to those initial participants. It only makes sense to find a way to make that happen. Is that all going to be defined in the initial allotment contract? I think that's problematic because I think it just bogs us down into like really what's going to play out. Let's, in my opinion, focus on Glade. We're not forgetting about Gailton. Again, it brings other elements to this project that are some of our current participants and certainly future ones are intrigued with, and that's the fact, and not to go too far down this road, Gailton water can be used to extinction. When I say that, people's minds sometimes explode. What the heck does that mean? It means you can use that water a lot harder than the water from Glade, which is a one-time use water. So some folks are really intrigued with that and need that as part of their portfolio. So that I think will draw into other participants. But again, somehow there's got to be compensation back to those first ones that made the investment.
Yeah, and actually, I'm glad you brought up that point because that is something I think that's really important for us because CBT shares they're single use, and we have a lot of infrastructure in town. In my neighborhood, you know, we're plumbed for non-potable water for irrigation, and that's something I think we need. There's no sense in using potable water, you know, to water landscaping. And I think that's the conservation element that you know, we've discussed at large at this, but we don't have enough shares of water that we can use to to have that reuse water. And so, yeah, I think that not, and I said that not just for us, I imagine all the participants in this area, because I talked to a lot of the different municipalities around there, and that's something they're concerned about too.
Let me bring back, I'm thinking more about a real life example of, and I should have thought of this earlier, that's very analogous to how perhaps the Gailton, those who come later, compensate you all. And it really plays out in the fact that in our world of CBT and Windy Gap, CBT participants, Northern Water, allottees, they built the CBT project with the federal government, with a whole lot of investment by the power community, those who enjoy the hydropower from the project. Fast forward 30 or 40 years, Windy Gap comes along, and Windy Gap has a carriage contract. So they were not part of the initial investment of CBT, but they have rights to bring Windy Gap water through the CBT project. And Windy Gap participants pay every year a carriage fee of a growing amount, a sizable amount, back to the project itself, to the federal government, and to Northern Water, to reflect the fact that they're enjoying the infrastructure that someone built before them. So I never thought of it that way, but that's, to me, that's a kind of a real world example of how those who came first and built the facilities that can carry other folks' water get compensated.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. So appreciate it.
Hey, Councilmember O'Connor.
Thank you. I, along with the mayor and Councilmember Pesaramelli, took the tours, which were pretty informative, and I appreciate you leading those. To stand at basically the bottom of Glade and to see the vision. This project, I see the value in it, of the storage and the diversification of our portfolio. For me, it's going to go back to what is it going to cost our residents, our current residents? Can they afford it? And I appreciate all of the financing options. But at 4,500 shares at 100,000, we're talking $450 million. Finance, that's probably north of $600 million. How does that trickle down to the residents? And that's what I'm looking forward to, the numbers that, we should be receiving. You think November, that our staff can model and see how that really is going to impact our residents? Is that realistic? That's November?
Yep. So November, we get bids in hand in October, and then we'll be updating our cost estimate to make sure that that now includes contractual numbers that we can utilize for that, and then getting that information to all of the participants. So the unknown that we'll have will be the bond market when we go out in summer of 2027.
Okay.
So the most recent numbers that Jonathan presented today are recent interest rates from various sources. So we'll be updating that again whenever we get these updates in November.
Okay.
I just wanted to jump up real quick and mention that
Name.
Oh, sorry. Todd Fessenden Utilities. I don't think I did it the first time either, so I'm consistent. So we're working with Raftellus right now to do an update to our rate study. We're looking at all our infrastructure, including NISP and our costs. And we're also developing a model through a company called Hilltop that does a lot of financial consulting for us. They developed a model for left-hand water that allowed them to plug in the numbers for NISP and look at what percentage they might shift of the cost to a bill, for instance. What Left Hand looked at is they said, in a drought situation, how important would NISP be if the Colorado River supplies were curtailed for some reason? How important would NISP be, and how would we factor that into the overall cost? And they're able to play with those numbers and see, what does this look like on a water bill? And then what does it look like on the water dedication fees and stuff? So it's a model that Left Hand introduced to us. It just so happened we were already working with the folks from Hilltop on some other things in our finance department. So they're building that for us now. And so as these costs get developed and the project starts to progress, we'll be alongside parallel developing those. When I say we, I mean Sarah and her team. You wouldn't want me doing it. Hopefully that helps.
No, it definitely helps. And actually, a couple thoughts. So Glade is single use, is that right? And Gailton would be use till extinction. How would we blend that with CBT water that's single use? Like, how does that work with our system? Could we, it being that we passed an ordinance a few months ago that basically said we could use our water once and it has to move on to next in
At
line.
least for, and Todd can give the details of your system at Northern Water. We, we have that reality in our world now, and that's the reality that CBT single use, Windy Gap's water supply to use to extinction. So we track as folks order their water through our pipelines, through our canals. We're tracking which color of water, if you will, which type of water that they order and get delivered each and every minute of every day. So we're tracking it to kind of our handoff point to various communities, including Erie, kind of how you bring that in your portfolio certainly would be, Todd would be the expert.
Yeah, I'll just say that we already do that now. So when we're calling for CBT water, we know we have to let that go back out to the river without a second use. When we want to take advantage of storing water for reuse, we call for our Windy Gap water. And so I think it would be probably a similar situation where we would notify Northern, hey, we want to take the Gailton water and color it Gailton because we're going to be storing it. Yeah. So what'll be helpful for us in the future, and we're already working on a lot of this stuff, is expanding our storage for raw water and reuse water. And so we're looking at some properties up near the existing reuse reservoir up in that region to acquire more storage. So we can call for the water and then store it, and then that allows us to use it when we need to.
Okay. And our wastewater or our treatment facility, it can handle both Glade and Gailton? Or do we need?
We may, it kind of depends on how we use it. I think we're going to have to look at that. We can expand the existing Lynn Morgan plant, maxes out around 12 million gallons a day roughly. It can produce 16.7, and we're going to expand it pretty soon to around 20. So we can for a while probably treat through Lynn Morgan, and then there may come a time where we have to look at other facilities. We've been talking with some of our neighbors about having a regional facility. So there's a bunch of folks looking to build treatment plants, and we've been talking with some of those folks saying, why don't we all build one together instead of all of us build our own separate ones? It'll save us all money.
Okay, thank you.
If I might, Mr. Councilman O'Connor, this will happen well after I'm gone. But I'd encourage all communities to, rather than looking at this kind of with Erie-centric, and I understand why you need to do that now, but there will be a day where there'll be some communities that will find a lot more value in the Glade water right, or I should say it the other way. They just don't have the infrastructure, or the way they use their portfolio doesn't necessarily drive them to need a reusable supply. So when I think about communities, ultimately will come together and they'll do a lot of trading. They'll still own their allotment contracts. That'll stay in place, but not unlike CBT and Windy Gap. Communities work with each other. Hey, I really like some of your CBT this year. Here's some of my Windy Gap. I see that same thing playing out where Erie then can optimize. If you're all in for needing a reusable supply, you will beg, borrow, and dare I say steal to work with other communities who don't see value in that and do some trading to optimize supplies.
Okay. One last question. So the level of the Colorado's down. How has the Poudre been over the years, and how would that, or how, if say Glade was built right now, how would have that impacted Glade and the amount of water in that reservoir?
Actually, the last 20 years, if I recall, Stephanie, I mean, the hydrology in the Poudre, it's variable. The Poudre, like our basins throughout the state, are variable from year to year. But it's actually demonstrated a strong water supply over the course of the last 20, when the Colorado River watershed has been showing certainly drought conditions year over year. Okay. There is a distinction, and when we get into the details of comparing Glade and a Poudre water right against Gailton and a South Platte water right, they are different. Yeah. They're different beasts. The South Platte water right comes into priority more often, nearly annually. Historically, that water supply is available for some amount of time on most years. Where the Poudre water right, you got to wait your turn. It might be every 3 years, or once every 3 years, in which you come into priority to fill portions of Glade.
Okay.
I might just add a few more comments with that. That Poudre River water right, we've analyzed. So the time that we modeled that for the permitting was 1950 to 2005. So that's kind of the required modeling. But then we continue to look at past 2005 every year. How much water would we have gotten from that? And I would say that trend line, we actually tried to put a trend line to see, is it going up, is it going down, what's the variability in that availability of the water? And it's flat. It stayed the same. If anything, it's gone up just a little bit near the last, this year we would not have been able to get anything off of the Poudre River, and I don't think last year either, but the year before that, we would have been able to get, I think, about 60,000 acre feet or so. So we would have been able to get over a full year's worth of water within there, or really with this iteration of the project, 3 years of water. So we continue to look at that and model that. And really, we've just seen that while the ups and downs may be a little bit more, the amount of water that we've been able to store, or would have been able to store historically if Glade was there, has been consistent over time.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Miller.
I share the same concern about water bills for our residents, but on top of it, you talked about price certainties and other issues with CBT. You haven't talked much about what uncertainties do we have with NISP. Because if participation goes down, our price might go up. What else should we be looking out for?
Yeah, and it's always fun to start pontificating about all the risk that is out there. But right now, really, what the biggest assumptions that we're making in our financial modeling is the cost of the project. So for that, we have the various opinions of probable construction cost from our engineers. We've applied certain contingencies to those, certain escalations that we are assuming that a contractor might put onto that. So when a contractor is bidding this project, they're not just looking at what's it going to cost me to build it in 27, but it's a 4+ year project. So what is construction prices going to do to them? So contractors are factoring in, cost of fuel projections, what that might be.
Inflation, maybe.
So our opinions of probable construction cost at this point are opinions from our engineers and our cost estimators. So that's the largest, I would say, not risk, but just uncertainty.
Yeah.
We do, as Stephanie's mentioned, we do expect to have a lot of that uncertainty removed come October. At that time, we will see, okay, this is actually what the contractors are willing to risk, what they're willing to price out for these project costs. Another uncertainty is our financial models are assuming interest rates. And so we did a cost run last fall, and we had kind of assessment projections from that last fall. At that time, we did sensitivity analysis. If interest rates went up by a certain amount, if they went down by a certain amount, we redid the cost projections, and so those are the numbers that we're presenting today. But just as a comparison, that WIFIA loan, which is one of our financing instruments that we're looking at, that went down by 1 basis point over the entire year. The tax-exempt bonds went down, I think it was almost 50 basis points. And so there's variability even in our debt capital stack that we're looking at. So one of the ways that we're addressing that is by diversifying what we're looking at to go out for loans. It might turn out that WIFIA stays high, bonds come down low enough that we might say, oh, we don't need the WIFIA one anymore. Or in a year, it might turn out the other way, and we say, oh, we need to maximize WIFIA and reduce bonds. We are also taking into that risk into account by saying, let's take out short-term bonds if we think the market's going to be favorable to refinance those later on, do a takeout loan. So there's different ways that we're trying to handle that risk, but that is a risk with all financing. And so we will get more price certainty come October. There's still going to be a level of projection of what the market will be next year when we go out to bid.
Councilman, I might add that the risk that Jonathan's speaking of, in 2 years' time, that risk is behind us. I mean, that will all be more or less put to bed. When you asked the question, I was thinking more about longer-term risk, and there's water projects that have hit kerfuffles from time to time. Things can happen, things that you would never could imagine, endangered species. Gosh, uranium comes to mind.
Yes, yes, it does.
But one that I spend time worrying about is energy costs, energy availability. This is an energy-intensive project. It's not unlike the CBT. We shuffle a lot of water around, and it requires energy. And anybody who works in that marketplace these days, it's a little unnerving what's going on. I hope we kind of have a better plan going forward, and some of that gets calmed down a little bit. But that's something that I get a little bit nervous about because we just need energy to make it all work.
last question I have, like being the highest shareholder, what benefits do Erie get?
So I would frame the benefits are all in proportion to the percentage that you're in the project. And so the benefits really are the yield and storage. So the more that you're in the project, the more yield you have, the more storage you have. Those that are in the project very little, the less yield they have, the less storage they have. So overall, allotment contracts will generally be structured that it all follows that kind of per unit cost. Whether you own 1 unit or whether you own 1,000 units, you're all sharing the same per unit cost across the board. And so then if you're more, you just have more of the benefits, but then you have more of the costs as well.
Thank you.
So perhaps, unfortunately, we're not suggesting there's any efficiencies of being kind of the big kid on the block is how we look at it.
We've been making a big push for name badges that say #1 participant. We're not getting very far.
We can do that. We can do that.
Not in the budget.
Yeah. All right, Councilmember Hoback.
Thank you for this presentation. Don't really have any questions. This is there are risks and costs no matter which way we go and however we go. I feel like we're leading ourselves around by our own leash. But yeah, we need some regional solutions. We need to be creative. We don't have recreational water here. Our residents go up to Union Reservoir and McIntosh Reservoir, which is dry. So appreciate everything. Stuff. But we've got to do something. We're buying water, paying for water for the future, but people now that don't necessarily need it. So that's our challenge. So.
Councilmember Mortellaro.
Yeah, maybe we get #1 customer.
I'll try.
So yeah, understand the importance of this project. Obviously, you guys have been working on it for 20 years, and we've been a part of it for that length of time. The importance of it, I mean, without it, there's no growth in northern Colorado, and we are susceptible to the drought situation. So very important. Yeah, another big thing for Erie is diversification. From a completely different water source, but we're weighing that with the burden that we put on our current residents, and to bring in future residents, which they don't necessarily want. So we need to make sure that they don't get hit with a heavy burden. I know when we originally started talking about this, it could be 50 to 100% increase in water rates, which is absolutely crazy. So I'm look very much forward to our analysis and our finance director to look at this and with the different financing opportunities and whatnot, and give us a good perspective of where this will land. Talked about CBT doubling every 6 to 9 years. In one of your slides, it kind of looked like this wouldn't increase, but I believe it probably will increase in time. Do we have a flavor for the increase there?
Yeah, and so if I can go back a couple slides here. So this slide showing this is the projected assessments, the all-in assessments. And so we are showing we can structure this so that there is no projected increase assessment once you get into full operation. Or we can structure it that there is still some increase to your everyday assessments. But these are on a per unit cost, more of the operating cost, the O&M cost for Erie. And so on the slide, on this slide here where I'm showing no increase, this is the cost to buy into NISP. And so the catch is you're buying into NISP day one. And so there is no increase because you bought into it on day one. And so the point here is that if you're buying into other projects in year 1, year 2, year 10, that's where you're subject to market risk of the cost to buy in as increasing. But because you're buying into NISP at day one, your buy-in cost stays the same. And it's more or less was set at what's currently we're showing between $80,000 and $100,000 per acre foot.
Okay. So, I mean, I'd like to see, I'd like to see Sarah's analysis of that.
Come on.
Sarah Sands, Director of Finance. I'm sorry, it's getting late. So there's 3 components of what we're looking at, and Todd mentioned the first 2, which are the Raffatellis, like where we're kind of exploring what it means for rates, fees, all of those things that kind of encompass like our current residents and then what we expect to see over time. The second piece we're looking at is how do we split up the development versus the cash flows and all of that to understand how we kind of disperse this across those spaces, which is our hilltop analysis that we're doing. So the third analysis we're doing is an in-house one with our CIP analyst and myself, where we're actually using the numbers that NISP has been talking and Northern has been talking about, where they have these they're kind of these models that kind of tell us if we're at this participation rate and these basis points and this interest rate, and we're plugging those into our actual forecasts. And so I think what's important and helpful for you all to know is that since we've reduced participation to the current level we're at, we are able to look at that. And with it, the more fine-tuned these numbers get from these folks, the more we can understand the cash flow. And I can tell you that that cash flow is looks a lot better than it did when we were at a higher participation rate and there were much higher assessments. So to the point of those numbers being locked in, once we have that schedule and we know what those costs are year over year, it'll be a lot easier for us to predict those rates year over year. And I think some of the concerns we had shared, Todd and I had shared earlier on, were really related to that volatility. So I just want to reassure a little bit that as we get these numbers more fine-tuned, we're looking at them in several different ways across several different models. And I think that that's going to be really helpful for you all understanding the affordability for the residents. So I hope that context helps, because there's a lot of pieces too that we're doing in the financial side for the town as well.
Yeah, it does. And, my understanding is as soon as we take on the debt, right, then that debt gets transferred onto water rates to our residents.
To a certain extent, and that's what Todd was kind of alluding to, that we're trying to understand how much of that actually goes onto the rates, how much it does year over year, how that ramps up as time moves on, as more ratepayers come online, how much of that is development related. And so we put that cost in those areas with our rate study versus what actually goes onto the ratepayers and our residents. So it's a long-term look, for sure. And so but I think we're getting to a place where we're understanding that a lot better. We're definitely not at 50% increases anymore, at least from a face value. I think it will be a lot more iterative than that, kind of based on where we're at with the cash flows, but more to come. So.
Okay, thanks. And I appreciate that you'll have all that for us at
of course,
some
yes.
point. So
I hope I'm as anxious as you are to get it. So. Yeah.
And then construction target start in January 2028, roughly. Projected completion and then projected first drop, I guess.
Yeah.
Or
Great question. So we have construction starting for Glade Reservoir in January of 28. Our contract that's out right now is a 4.5-year construction. So that would lead us to middle of 2032. And we'd start filling. The way our permit works is that we can actually use some CBT to start initial filling. Filling of the dam is based on really 2 different main parameters. One of those being how fast the state will let you fill it, because they want to make sure there's not any seepage and they monitor it. So it's typically a foot a day that you're allowed to fill up. And then water availability is the other factor. So our water right is not in priority every single year or every single day. So making sure that we figure out how to optimize that coming in. So really the filling will be based on those 2 parameters, as well as how much participants might want to use it as we fill. So we actually have a technical workshop that Andrew Volkmer within our Water Resources Group is leading in September, where we're going to start talking about that a little bit more to look at kind of, okay, if we have great hydrology and just fill and don't use water at all, it's a few years. If we have poor hydrology, it's longer than that. If we decide that we want to kind of do it in increments, which is what we're looking at right now, where say you're 20% full, then we can use 20% of the yield. So folks can start using a little bit of that water. It puts a little bit of a risk of then it takes a little bit longer to fill if we start dropping it down. So we'll be looking at that to kind of optimize it is what we want to do, with the idea that that filling might take 5 to 10 years, but you're able to use water during that time period, just not your full yield.
Assuming an absence of uranium.
Yes, and I will say this dam is different than Chimney Hollow. It's in different location with different metrics. And with our dam, it's a kind of soil infill that's actually against the water, and then rock is on the outside, so we don't actually have rock in contact with the water. Additionally, we're doing additional testing just to be sure that we don't have uranium or any other constituents. That is not something that we expect, but it is something that we want to cover our bases on, obviously. So we are currently doing an additional geochemical screening of what's out there at Glade.
Nice.
So we will have that, I think, early next year completed.
Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for coming out tonight. A lot of information that we're excited to get. So really appreciate it. It's important for us to understand this is a lot of money. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Bear.
Thank you so much. I just want to acknowledge that there are still a lot of residents in the room, and usually I bring emotional support chocolate when we talk about water stuff. So thanks for being here. I know this is a lot. It's my brain always catches fire a little bit. I associate that with you, Todd. So $2 billion cost to build is a huge construction cost, and if you divide that by 9 participants, it's 200. This is odd to me, but it's $222,222,222.22. But since Erie is a fourth of the project, we're the largest stakeholder. It's $500 million. So the cost is not. When we look at the charts and see, $3,200 per acre foot or whatever, it's hard for me to hold both of those numbers at the same time and have them cancel each other out. So I am too looking forward to Sarah's analysis and understanding more. How do we afford this in monopoly money and also in real money in our annual budgets that we're making, and trying to provide service for all of our residents, and to have a really resilient water supply, which is also important and hard to quantify in numbers. But I'm curious, when we're looking at financing and grants, there's $500,000 that you've secured for this project, and then submitted $24 million, and there's 3.6 pending or in progress, and then there's $50 million that you haven't heard back about. If, let's say, all of those dollars come through and you get all of the grant funding, does that really reduce cost for each participant in some measurable amount?
Yes. So really what that does is just takes the amount of money straight off the top that we no longer have to finance or get loans for or go out for bonds for. And that money is spread out on a pro rata share. So a benefit of being the biggest participant is that you'd get the most amount of grant money that would come from each of those grants as well. But yeah, that's really just spread out. And what we anticipate doing is continuing to go after grants as we move through the project, and making sure that we just continue to go after any and everything there.
Okay.
And some of those that we didn't get, we are going to resubmit for with some of the grants.
Okay. So there may even be, we'll just add more to that over the next several years. So. Yes. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just leave it there. I would like to just wrap my head around the numbers a little bit more concrete, I guess. So thank you for ensuring there's no uranium. I really appreciate that personally. I think that's That's great.
Thank you.
All right, and I'll just close up by saying I'll be 105 when we pay this off, and I'm looking forward to being
Looking at those end dates.
Too bad.
And on a fixed income.
and on a fixed income, right? All right, well, thank you. And
I've got, pardon me.
yeah.
Just one other question.
Sure.
So the completion date is 2032. Isn't that around the time that the Army Corps of Engineer permit is through? And is that, if it is, how hard is that extension process if you run into issues?
Okay. So right now, our permit does extend, I believe, till 2030 or so. That extension is a fairly typical process that happens in a lot of permitting scenarios with the Corps. That is something that we'll have to submit to get extended, but is very common.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a time check because by our rules at 10 p.m.-ish, we're supposed to look at what's in front of us and then decide whether we keep going or table some things. We have 2 items left. We have the
Mayor, I
item
have
we
a
pulled-
suggestion if you're open to one.
Yes.
Next week's meeting, we had an item drop off, so there's a little extra time there if you'd like to move the executive session to next week.
Yes, I would appreciate council's support in doing just that. Does anybody disagree with that? Okay. then
So if
we will-
Denise is listening in the other room, she can go home.
I wondered where she was
Yeah,
at and
that's
wondered if
right.
she was maybe at home, going to come back in. But Denise, thank you for waiting, and sorry we're going to put that off, but we'd rather have fresh minds when we talk to you.
We did leave some brownies for you, so let's.
So that would leave the one item that was pulled off consent, but Luke has managed to stay here through the entire evening, so I'd like
Yes,
to
no, I
let
think we
Luke
should carry
do
on with
one.
that. Yeah, because we'll get done, we should get done by 10:30, which is our overall rule. So with that, we will move on to a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving a First Amendment to agreement for professional services with Collab Architecture LLC for the feasibility study for a future recreation campus project. And let's see, I don't know if I should turn it over to Councilmember Mortellero on, because you asked for this to go, or if you would like to just give us an overview.
I think a question is probably the first good step, because it's a relatively straightforward, just time extension, no cost amendment to an existing agreement.
Yeah, so we're extending it. It actually was going to end 2 weeks ago, right? The amendment, or so we're extending it for another year. What's driving that?
If you recall, back in January, we were entertaining the idea of putting this project in combination with some of the other ballot questions that we were considering. Obviously, come February, March, we decided not to do that. So the original contract was for full completion in August of 2026. Now that we're completely focused on the ECC expansion project, we decided to slow down that project and extend it into 2027.
Okay. How much is complete, or?
We've billed about $14,000. We've just been having some internal stakeholder meetings, internal staff meetings. Our goal in 2027 is to really pick up community engagement, education conversations for that particular project.
It was back in February, we approved, what, $200,000 for
Correct.
the feasibility?
Yes. And it is on your 2026 work plan as well as a priority item, which will obviously bleed into 2027.
Yeah. I guess the point I wanted to make was that I wouldn't want any additional money spent on this beyond the feasibility. You know, I realize it's a top priority for residents in the survey and everything, but we've got to pay for the expansion of the police station. We've got two parks at Compass and Morgan Hill. We've only budgeted for phase 1, and so phase 2 is still out there. We were put on the ballot sales tax increase to expand the ECC at $32 million. And then we have the Leon A. Worrell Service Center. We have a lot of needs and wants, right? And as much as we want the the second community center. We absolutely need to get the public works and park facility expanded, and we don't have a plan for that yet. So,
Yeah, so what this project does is it tests program site phasing partnerships, capital costs, annual operating costs, and funding option. What this feasibility study does not do is approve construction, issue debt, place a ballot measure, select final program, or commit future capital funding. So really, this is just going to be some colorful pictures on what we can and can't do on the site.
$200,000 for some colorful
Pretty
pictures.
pictures.
Now you've narrowed it down to like, hold on here.
You might want to market that
Well,
a little different.
again, that's
Laminated.
That's pro forma. That's pro forma. That's all the discussions with the community. That's yes, it is colored pictures, but a lot goes into developing an entire 25-acre site. Revenue projections, obviously capital costs. It's going to be pretty comprehensive. If you recall, this is the same process that we went through for the ECC expansion, right? We did the feasibility study, and you remember how comprehensive that report.
Sure.
So yeah, that's what you're getting out of $200,000.
And will this also back up? An aquatics pool, some sort was there,
Potentially.
but in St. Vrain, it sounded like they were interested in a dual.
Potentially,
use
which is why
facility.
conducting a feasibility study now is really important, because you need that concept in order to start to solidify those partnerships.
And will this study reach out to St. Vrain? and
Yes,
get
we've
their-
already, as I mentioned last week, we've already had some initial conversations with that group.
Okay.
Thanks,
All right, other
and thanks for
questions?
hanging out with us all
Yeah,
night.
that's okay. Meredith already said I could go golfing on Friday afternoons.
She's looking over there.
I did tell him there's going to be a pop quiz on this tomorrow at staff meeting.
All right, well, I'll see if there's a motion to approve Resolution 2026-172.
So move.
Second.
All right, motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries. We'll continue on with that feasibility study. Okay, now let's move on to council member reports. And who would like to start tonight?
I'll start.
All right, go for it, Councilmember Bear.
It has been a long day for me already. First of all, I hope everyone saw that there was a bear in the bear's backyard today. It's on social media. It's the cutest little guy, and I did hear that. Well, I'm just going to confirm. I texted my husband. Okay, he hasn't heard back from CPW, but it was reported on Facebook, which is entirely reliable 100% of the time.
Chief agrees.
Yeah, that it was collected by CPW.
Yep,
Yes,
he
Chief has confirmed.
That was
So, and it has been relocated to somewhere safe, but so cute. I'm glad I wasn't home because I think I would have tried to pick it up. And I definitely know better. But I was actually in Longmont at a transportation summit today, and it was a really great comprehensive summit. RTD happened to be there, and during question and answers, I asked about the Community Ambassador Program, which is a program that RTD has launched through their Connect process because they're having to look at transit cuts in our communities because of budget cuts. So the Community Ambassador is to help inform them about how transit is used in our communities and kind of boots on the ground. But they launched the program last week, and the deadline to apply is in 3 days. And so I just asked if there was an opportunity to extend that deadline. They said absolutely. So they're going to extend the application deadline. And so I'm hoping on our town socials we'll be able to kind of promote where people can apply for that. I would love to have local and regional input through that process. I think that's really important. Also, through the US 287 Coalition, the design for that project for the safety improvements is about at 60%, and the outreach to weigh in on that project is right now. So please, if you have thoughts about the design, which include a lot of ILACs or Michigan lefts, please leave comments on that project through CDOT's. They have a 287 page, and perhaps we could link that as well. I testified at the PUC this afternoon before coming into town hall it was a special energy rate hearing for Excel for specifically large load customers, which means data centers. Just asking that the commission prioritize transparency for ratepayers and also protections for ratepayers so that the costs from data centers don't get applied to all of our energy bills. Earlier we talked about needing or there was requests for information on oil and gas, and Senator Wallace is hosting a town hall here in this room on September 14th in the evening. I believe it starts at 6 p.m. And there will be a flyer coming out, but I just want to invite the community to come out and hear from her. And I think that's it from me.
All right.
I'm tired.
So why don't we go this way, Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll end with Councilmember Mortellaro.
Yeah, so I've only got one thing. I just wanted to, a couple weeks ago, I mentioned I was going to a fundraiser dinner for the Maximus Monroe Foundation. I was there with State Rep Dan Woog, and pleased to announce that at their initial kickoff dinner, they raised, I just set it up here, $187,000. That's for student scholarships for they're really trying to make this foundation reach out kids that they may want to go to a technical or to a typical four-year college in like a technology field, or those that want to get into a vocational career. Max loved working on this car on his BMW, and so was very pleased, and it was a very moving moment to see, out of tragedy, how this family went, and they had a vision that was based on the kind of kid that Max was, and so very pleased. And if you want any information on getting a scholarship, you can go to the website. It's maximusmonroefoundation.org. There's a link for scholarships on there. So,
all right.
Thanks. For those who are wondering, will Biscuit Day be happening this year? The answer is yes. The format this year will be different from previous years, as it will be hosted by both Lucille's and Stacy's Kitchen. Some of you might remember that Stacy's Kitchen hosted it a couple years ago, so they're familiar with putting on this event. Here are some of the planned events this year. Biscuits and gravy, of course, at both Lucille's and Stacy's. No hands biscuit and jam eating contest, 3-legged race, and a relay race. The event is happening on September 19th from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Make sure to check out both Lucille's and Stacy's that day, because there's going to be exhibitors at both. For more information, you can visit www.weloveerie.biz/events. And my last item is the Historic Preservation Advisory Board recently received some sad news that Mike Turner, its longtime chairman, will be resigning. Mike is moving outside of Erie in October and unfortunately cannot stay on the board. Mike, a 20-year Navy veteran, has served on HPAB since 2019. He has led that board and advocated on behalf of their goals. He has attended countless events to promote historic preservation of Erie's buildings. Over the years, he has served his church and participated in events like Biscuit Day. Mike, my friend, will be dearly missed. On behalf of Erie, I would like to thank Mike for his years of dedication to Erie. I will miss him, but I wish him the best in the next chapter of his life. Thanks, Mike.
All right.
you're here.
Thank you.
No updates.
Okay. Around to Councilmember Hoback.
Start cleaning out your garages and basements and whatnot. The spring cleanup or fall cleanup day is coming on September 12th, and I believe they have a shredder. This is the shredder season.
Yep, shredding the fall. You guys have Biscuit Day and cleanup. But I did want to shout out to EPD, another officer. I think it was back in February, Officer Calter. another life-saving opportunity to show that all of our officers are heroes, and several of them have been able to show off their skills in saving lives, and another very much appreciated effort by our EPD.
All right, cool. I'll close out the council comments. Primrose and Alpine, I went out there and met another resident. I'd met others a couple weeks ago. And just when I'm standing out in front, this was the morning, it was probably about 8 a.m. I mean, 2 semi-trucks, opposite directions come across. So I definitely get the challenge. I know we'll have more conversations on this as the traffic mitigation goes. When I was talking to David, our public works director, he said one of the challenges is if we put a weight restriction on, which could then limit trucks, but then you have garbage trucks. And how do you limit by weight, but say some can, some can't. So anyway, we're going to have to work through this as it comes together. I'm glad you brought up Biscuit Days going on. I also want to say that the Parade of Lights is a go. There's a rumor out there. There's so many rumors out
Apparently
there.
it's your fault.
Yeah, that's right. That I was saying no Biscuit Day, no Parade of Lights, and no homecoming. And so I want to dispel that rumor. I'm not behind any of those things. 2 of the 3 are happening. I don't know about homecoming. Homecoming was an issue last year, and then we worked on some things to make it happen. But
I believe it is still underway.
It is.
We're still working on some details, but
You think that one
I've
will
heard
happen
is that
as
it
well?
is still a go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. That's good to know. And then I will close on just remembering Dolly Parton.
Yes.
Interesting. I was listening to her this weekend. I don't know why, but it popped up on my feed, and then I was.
So it's your fault.
Well, I certainly did that too. Could somebody get that on social media like now? So the Golden Chamber, which I also follow, they wrote something, and I'm just going to read one paragraph of it. Dolly was an inspirational leader, businesswoman, and human being. She left this world better than she found it. I hope we can honor her legacy by continuing to dream, learn, and becoming more for our communities. So that hit me as well.
Can I say one thing on that note?
Yeah. Please.
If you all haven't had the chance, I encourage you to go down to Gatlinburg and go to Dollywood. It's not like going to, well, it is sort of like going to Disneyland, but what's really cool is that there's a little concert there, and it tells her life story of how she grew up in abject poverty, and she moved out to Nashville with not a dime in her pocket and a guitar and a book full of songs, and she had this incredible career, and it's really moving. So yeah, it's definitely something I'd encourage everyone to go see.
Yeah, it's one of the things she also said is, I don't get involved in politics. I have fans on both sides of the fence, and maybe that was part of her success too.
Yeah.
All right, I'll bring it over to our acting town manager for any updates tonight.
Nothing to report this evening.
All right, and our town attorney. Let me guess.
I would say phenomenal power, but nothing to report. Thank you.
All right, and with that, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.